Yes. Welcome, everyone, to the Tuesday, May 5th, 2026 meeting. We have 3 executive sessions before we start the regular meeting at 5:45 or sometime shortly thereafter. The first one's for 60 minutes, so I'd look for a motion.
A motion to recess into executive session for approximately 60 minutes pursuant to the non-elected personnel matter exception KSA 754319B1. The justification of the executive session is to keep non-elected personnel matters confidential at this time. The City Commission will resume its regular meeting in the City Commission room at 5:01 p.m. after the executive session is concluded.
Second.
There's a motion by Vice Mayor Courtney, second by Commissioner Pulliam. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? We will return at 5:01. Post-executive session, we have nothing to report. And we are now going into our second executive session, which is for 15 minutes. I look for a motion.
A motion to recess into executive session for approximately 15 minutes to discuss privileged legal communication from the city's attorneys regarding the terms of a contract pursuant to KSA 754319B2. The justification for the executive session is to keep attorney-client privilege matters confidential at this time. The City Commission meeting will resume its regular meeting in the City Commission room at 5:16 after the executive session is concluded.
Second.
A motion by Vice Mayor Courtney, a second by Commissioner Devo. All those in favor say aye.
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 Passes 3-0. We'll be back in 15 minutes. We're back from our second executive session. We have nothing to report. We have one more 15-minute executive session. Now look for a motion.
Motion to recess into executive session for approximately 15 minutes to discuss data relating to financial affairs or trade secrets of a corporation pursuant to KSA 754519B4. The justification is to keep financial data of a corporation confidential at this time. The City Commission will resume its regular meeting in the City Commission room at 5:35 after the executive session is concluded.
Second.
Motion by Vice Mayor Courtney, second by Commissioner Devereux. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Passes 3-0. We'll be back at 5:35. Okay, we're back from our third executive session, and we have nothing to report, and we're going to go to our fourth executive session for 10 minutes.
Motion to approve a motion to recess into executive session for approximately 10 minutes to discuss privileged legal communications from the city's attorneys regarding pending litigation pursuant to KSA 754319B2. The justification for the executive session is to keep attorney-client privilege matters confidential at this time. The City Commission will resume its regular meeting in the City Commission room at 5:46 p.m. after the executive session is concluded.
Second.
Motion by Vice Mayor Courtney, second by Commissioner Devo. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Approved 3-0. We'll be back at 5:46. We are back from our fourth executive session on this Tuesday, May 5th agenda. And before we move on to the rest of our agenda, I'll have Sherry read the rules of the meeting.
Good evening, everyone. If you would please silence your cell phones. The primary format for accessing the meeting is in person at City Hall. Virtual access cannot be guaranteed due to potential technology issues. When the mayor calls for public comment, please approach the podium to indicate you wish to speak. Virtual participants should use the raise hand function. When prompted, select Join as Panelist. There will be a brief delay as your role changes. Once your name is called, please unmute, turn on your camera, and state your name and zip code before speaking. All comments will be limited to 3 minutes. The city reserves the right to turn videos off or mute participants. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Next on the agenda is to approve the agenda. The city commission reserves the right to amend, supplement, or reorder the agenda during the meeting. Is there a motion to approve the agenda? Or?
Motion to approve the agenda.
Second.
Motion by Vice Mayor Courtney, second by Commissioner Sellers. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Passes 5-0. Okay, we have 4 proclamations, and all of them are exciting, but the first one is to proclaim May 3rd through 9th as National Travel and Tourism Week. You guys going to come up and you want to say anything before we get going? I hope you're going to talk about the bus that we missed.
Well, this is a very special National Travel and Tourism Week because today we just did our christening of the Mobile Visitor Center. So I have Bridget Job to give remarks to the commission on behalf of Explore Lawrence. She is the Director of Tourism with the Kansas Tourism Department of, I butchered that. I'm sorry. She'll correct me. So I have the pleasure of turning it over to a great advocate for tourism throughout the state of Kansas, Bridget Job.
Thank you, Kim. I am Bridget Job. I'm the Director of Kansas Tourism with the Kansas Department of Commerce, and I did just come from the christening of the new, very exciting Explore Lawrence Mobile Visitor Center, and Kansas Tourism, we were able to be a part of that by a grant program that we do, and we really are excited to see what Lawrence is going to be able to do. But I am here tonight because this is National Travel and Tourism Week, and this is the week where we honor everyone who works in the industry, and we honor everyone who makes this industry possible. Last year in Kansas, we had over 38 million visitors to the state, and while they were here, they spent $8.2 billion. And their spending supported over 91,000 jobs throughout the state. That's 1 out of every 22 jobs in Kansas are due to the travel and tourism industry. So we know it is an economic driver. This is also, I understand, Economic Development Week, and so it makes sense because tourism is what drives our economy. So I just wanted to say thank you for recognizing this week, and thank you to Explore Lawrence for everything they do, and not only marketing Lawrence to the rest of the world, but marketing the state of Kansas also. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Usually when I see you, you're carrying a big check, but we know...
I'm known for that.
I know, but we know you sent a check for this vehicle already, so we'll forgive you for that. Okay, I'll go ahead and read the proclamation. Whereas travel and tourism is a critical pillar of our city and county's economic development and supports local businesses, workforce, and overall community vitality. And whereas visitors spent $295.7 million in direct spending in Douglas County in 2024, which reflects continued growth and resilience following the impacts of the 2020 pandemic. And whereas the visitor economy generated $31.6 million in state and local taxes and directly supported 2,742 jobs, or 5.4% of all jobs in Douglas County. And whereas Lawrence has been preparing to welcome a large number of visitors this summer for the FIFA World Cup 2026, including the men's Algerian national team, who will set up their training base camp at Rock Chalk Park. And whereas strong preparation and thoughtful planning will allow Lawrence to maximize the economic impact of visitor spending while showcasing our arts, culture, and local businesses. And whereas Lawrence stands ready to host and welcome a world audience to share in our radical hospitality for this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. And whereas the experience of welcoming World Cup visitors can have a lasting impact on Lawrence's visibility as a travel destination for years to come. Now therefore, I, Brad Finkeldine, Mayor of the City of Lawrence, do hereby proclaim May 3rd through 9th as National Travel and Tourism Week in Lawrence, Kansas, and urge the residents of Lawrence to join me in this special observance with appropriate events and commemorations. Thank you so much. And if you get a chance to see the visitors, the vehicle, it's really cool. I mean, I've only heard about it, I've not seen it yet, but give a good, quick description of what happens when you go inside.
Well, so currently for National Travel and Tourism Week, it is an outside-only experience.
Oh,
You get to do the I Spy hunt of Lawrence, Kansas. That is on the wrap. And when it is fully deployed by World Cup, there will be an audio-visual experience. So we are not a roaming brochure rack. You will be able to hear and see the sights of Lawrence, Kansas when you go into the van. So we look forward to deploying fully at the end of May.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Thanks for being here. Okay, our second proclamation is to proclaim the month of May as Bicycle Month, May 6th as Walk, Bike, and Roll to School Day, and May 15th as Bike to Work Day. And do we have someone here? Yeah, there we go. I was looking for my notes.
Hi, I'm Jenny Tricano-Muller from the Lawrence Coalition for Safe Streets.
And I'm Samuel Carter, also with the Lawrence Coalition for Safe Streets.
And the Coalition is a nonprofit here in Lawrence. We work to make Lawrence a place where people of all ages and abilities have better access to safely biking, walking, rolling, and gathering, no matter where they live. We have a monthly ride for families. The last Sunday of each month, we'd welcome anybody here to join us on that ride. We're also working with local schools to help get more kids on bikes, and working on advocating for safer infrastructure for Lawrence. So thank you so much for having us.
Excellent. Thank you for being here. And if people haven't been part of that, do you want to say something?
Oh, that's Lawrence Coalition for SafeStreets.org, if you want to learn more.
There you go. I've been involved in the Walk, Bike, Roll to School Day. It's fun event, gets a lot of people out. So, okay, I'll read the proclamation. Whereas for more than a century, the bicycle has been an important part of the lives of most Americans, and the bicycle is a viable and environmentally sound form of transportation and an excellent form of recreation. And whereas creating bicycle-friendly communities has been shown to improve citizens' health, well-being, and quality of life, to boost community spirit, and to improve traffic safety, and to reduce air pollution and road congestion. And whereas education, starting at a young age, of all would-be bicycle riders and drivers as to the proper and safe operation of bicycles and motor vehicles is important to ensure the safety and comfort of all users. And whereas the City of Lawrence strives to advance policy and to build safe infrastructure to make cycling safer, more comfortable, and more accessible. And whereas Lawrence, Kansas has been named a bronze-level bicycle-friendly community by the League of American Bicyclists, and whereas Lawrencians of all ages, abilities, family backgrounds, and socioeconomic status will experience the joys of bicycling through encouragement activities, educational programs, community, helmet promotion, and just getting out and going for a ride. So now I, therefore, Brad Finkeldine, Mayor of the City of Lawrence, do hereby proclaim the month of May as Bicycle Month, and Wednesday, May 6th as Walk, Bike, and Roll to School Day, and Friday, May 15th as Bike to Work Day. Thank you very much. Okay, and the next proclamation is to proclaim the week of May 3rd through 9th as Public Service Recognition Week.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Shelby Patch, and I serve as your city's risk manager. I'm happy to be here tonight so we can celebrate Public Service Appreciation Week. I'd like to take a moment to highlight the many teams who serve our community each and every day. From our water treatment team who work around the clock to ensure safe and reliable water for all of us, our solid waste team who show up no matter what the weather is like to make sure our city is kept clean, Our utility and streets team, we were called out day, night, weekday, weekends, and holidays to respond to snowstorms, severe weather, water and sewer line breaks, so we can keep essential services running for our community. Our central maintenance garage keeps our fleet ready so every department can do their job safely and effectively. We also see the care and pride through our parks and forestry team, who maintain the beauty of our city year-round and help it shine bright during the holidays. And our recreation team, who creates spaces and programs that bring people together, especially during camp season when we see the kids' smiling faces. Behind the scenes, our internal services, municipal court, parking, transit, planning and development teams keep our systems moving, our projects progressing, and our operations running smoothly. And of course, our police and fire, who stand ready at a moment's notice to respond, protect, and serve both our residents and our fellow team members when we need it most. Even during challenging times for Team Lawrence, we are reminded that every role is essential. It is a collective commitment, the day in and day out work, that keeps our community strong. This is what public service looks like. We show up, they take pride in what they do, and they take care of the people that call Lawrence home. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, and obviously, our engaged and empowered teams, all 900 plus of our employees are so important to everything they do and everything we do. So excited to read this proclamation to recognize them. Whereas public servants serving the Lawrence community include more than 850 City of Lawrence employees, known collectively as Team Lawrence, working across public safety, municipal services and operations, transportation, parks and recreation and culture, municipal court, planning and development, as well as the internal services that support the organization, including information technology, finance, and human resources. And whereas these employees deliver essential services each day that enhance the quality of life for all who live, work, and visit Lawrence. And whereas Team Lawrence provides these services with character, competence, courage, collaboration, and commitment, advancing the city's strategic plan and contributing to a community with an unmistakable identity, strong welcoming neighborhoods, prosperity and economic security, a connected city, and a safe and secure community. And whereas the City of Lawrence is committed to building an engaged and empowered team culture, one where employees are trusted, supported, and valued, and where leadership is practiced at all levels in service to our community. And whereas the work of public servants helps make Lawrence a place where all can enjoy life and feel at home. Now therefore, I, Brad Finkeldye, Mayor of the City of Lawrence, do hereby proclaim the week of May 3rd through 9th as Public Service Recognition Week, and encourage all citizens to recognize the accomplishments and contributions of government employees at all levels, including the public servants serving the Lawrence community. Thank you so much. And our last proclamation is to proclaim the week of May 3rd through 9th as Drinking Water Week. Now, water.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Stephen Craig. I'm the Treatment Division Manager for the Municipal Services and Operations Department. Thank you for the opportunity to be here as we recognize Drinking Water Week. It's an annual event led by the American Water Works Association, and it's an opportunity to highlight the importance of safe, reliable drinking water and the people who make it possible. This year's theme, Follow the Journey, reminds us that water doesn't just show up at the tap. It takes coordinated effort from dedicated teams working every day to maintain safe and reliable drinking water. In Lawrence, that journey begins at the Kansas River and the Clinton Reservoir, then it moves its way through our 2 treatment plants, travels through several miles of infrastructure before reaching homes and businesses. Across the country, water systems are under increasing pressure from aging infrastructure, extreme weather, growing system demands, and cybersecurity threats, which is why continued investment remains so important. During Drinking Water Week, we encourage our community to learn more about where your water comes from and the work behind it. Safe drinking water doesn't happen by accident. It takes daily commitments from our water professionals, community leaders, and residents. Thank you.
Thank you. The last time you were here, you were getting an award for our water, so I appreciate
Hopefully again this year.
Hopefully again this year, so appreciate all your work. I'll read the proclamation. Whereas May 3rd through 9th, 2026 has been declared as Drinking Water Week across the United States, and whereas Lawrence is unique with two independent water sources, the Kansas River and the Clinton Reservoir, providing a reliable water supply for our community, and whereas water is essential to public health, fire protection, economic vitality, and overall quality of life in Lawrence, dedicated city staff, including operators, maintenance crews, and engineers, play a critical role in delivering safe, high-quality water from source to tap. And whereas the City of Lawrence operates and maintains 2 water treatment plants, 7 water towers, 11,979 valves, 3,826 fire hydrants, and 591 miles of pipe, ensuring a safe and reliable water supply for the community. And whereas communities across the nation are facing increasing challenges from aging infrastructure, extreme weather events, and emerging cybersecurity risks, making continued investments in resilience and secure water systems more important than ever. And whereas as stewards of our water resources and infrastructure, we must protect and preserve the vital asset for our current and future generations by safeguarding source waters, promoting conservation and sustainable practices. Now therefore, I, Brad Finkel, Mayor of the City of Lawrence, do hereby proclaim the week of May 3rd through 9th as Drinking Water Week and encourage all residents of Lawrence to learn about and appreciate our community's water system, take pride in the essential services it provides, and support efforts to protect, conserve, and invest in safe and reliable drinking water. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, we are now, thank you all.
Thank you.
As people leave, we're going to head to the consent agenda. Items on the consent agenda are considered under one motion and approved by one motion. Members of the governing body may remove items for separate discussion if desired. Members of the public may remove items identified as quasi-judicial for separate discussion if desired. Members of the public will be limited to 3 minutes for comments. To begin with, do any commissioners have any items they wish to remove? And I think we've had a couple requests to remove D7A related to the moratorium.
Yep.
Any other
D11A?
D11A?
11A.
Okay.
We did have a change this afternoon, so I just want to
Yeah.
confirm D11A is the right.
Quasi-judicial.
Oh, yep.
Okay.
It's the one,
I
Yep.
just wanted to make sure.
Yep.
yeah,
Numbering changed a bit with the last update. Thank you.
okay.
So quasi-judicial.
And so you pulled in D11A. There are all 2 other quasi-judicial. Does anyone else want to pull one of the other 2 quasi-judicial? They're all related to the annexation.
No, sir.
Okay. Seeing none, I look for a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of D7A and D11A.
So moved.
Second.
A motion by Commissioner Devo, second by Commissioner Sellers for approval of the consent agenda with the 2 exceptions. All those in favor say aye.
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 I apologize. We have to open it up to the public on
Oh, yeah.
I did. Oh, I thought I did.
those. Okay.
Ask if anyone else wanted
They
to.
kind of slide it in and was like, since we're doing this one, I think.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I just thought you were asking them, not the public.
No, I'm sorry.
Okay, that's all right.
It was
I guess I didn't ask online. I didn't stop to ask online.
Went online, so I think.
Okay. Thank you for catching me on that. Okay, so the consent agenda is approved. The first item we pulled was D7A, which is related to the moratorium. I think Samuel Carter was the first one to ask someone to pull it, so we'll let him go first, and then we'll do questions.
Thank you. Samuel Carter, 66046. And I do want to thank you for bringing this up and also just the opportunity for civil dialogue on this topic. So my roadmap tonight, I'm going to have kind of 2 ideas. One is I want to share my vision for housing affordability in Lawrence. And I also want to propose an alternative to the Ordinance 1012. So housing affordability, this is a pernicious issue. One of the issues is that new housing costs more than older housing, right? So I think that would lead many people to believe that if we were to stop new housing from being built, that would preserve older housing as affordable. the unfortunate, and I used to believe that too, but just the unfortunate reality is that this has been studied, right? And this is not how it works. When you remove the opportunity to have new housing, the money flows downwards. It outcompetes people for that housing. And I'm sure if you've talked to people in Lawrence, you've heard stories about people being outbid for housing. And that is just a condition of scarcity. And so the solution to conditions of scarcity isn't more scarcity. It's not taking away the ability to build more housing. It's actually addressing the problem in the first place, the root cause, which is there's just not enough housing, particularly in our most walkable neighborhoods. So, I know that, a common solution to this problem is just to you annex land, right? You take farmland and wetlands and other areas, and you say you can build housing there, just not here. And but there's a lot of cost to that, right? Like that cost everybody bears. We have a budget proposal where we have a new fire station. That's like one of the biggest items, and I think it should be built, but it's a big ticket item, right? And that's because our city has kept on expanding, right? So the unfortunate reality is, I don't think we should be gatekeeping our most walkable neighborhoods. I think more people should have that opportunity. But I recognize, I may be in the minority, right? You may not have to have my vision. So my proposal is basically to have this. This is just about. If this is just about history, right? If this ordinance is just about history, right? Then there's no reason to create a moratorium on properties that are not historic. So the survey identified properties that are potentially contributing, and properties that are not. Those properties that are not, they are by definition not significant historic resources. They could be ducks, and it wouldn't matter for a historic district. So there's just no causal connection between the two. So this is the alternative that I proposed. Instead of, if you won't buy me on housing affordability, though I encourage you to go to AHAB. I think I haven't talked to them about it, but I would trust whatever they say. The first alternative, don't include properties that are non-contributing to the moratorium area. They're by definition not historically significant.
Oh, I just saw the clock there, sorry.
Oh.
Your time is up. We have your
Okay.
proposal.
Hey,
And
I got to talk about this all day.
Yes.
So,
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Yep.
I appreciate it.
Okay. I know there's people who want to talk about it on the other side. I think we want to ask questions first, and then we will, if we have any questions of either staff and then we can open it up to public comment, and we can bring it back. Any questions at this point?
Not for me, sir.
Yeah, so a question about the LDC. So we're still planning to talk about that as a body here in the next couple months?
Yeah, future agenda, I think it's on, pulling up future agenda. That discussion's scheduled for May 19th.
Okay.
May 19th, discussion and comment on the kind of the general development code, if there's changes we want to make, suggestions that folks have, yeah, that's on May 19th.
And then probably maybe a question for us. So, one of the things that was talked about from the people who live at University Place is the one that was demoed doesn't fit into the character of the neighborhood. So is that type of question going to be something we look at? Can we expect on May 19th to have that discussion with staff about how that works? And
Yeah, I mean, definitely the code attempts to do that, to have some contextual nature of the block based upon the block size and stuff. So if that's something we don't think we got right, we can certainly talk that through.
okay.
Yeah, there's some code provisions about that. Okay, well, let's open it up to public comment from anyone else who wants to speak on this matter. Andy.
Hello, Mandy Enfield. I'm president of the University Place Neighborhood Association, and we are really appreciative of the initial demolition moratorium. And as you guys know, I don't know what the thinking was from everybody, but I wasn't paying attention to thinking about the timeline from when the survey ended to when we would get the historic designation. And I still don't know how long it is from now until then. So I think this ordinance would be for 6 months, and then we'll revisit it at that point. And thinking about Samuel speaking to really big thinking, like we've all read the Strong Towns website. We know density equals affordability, but the challenge that you all have is to balance the nuances of individual neighborhoods and more complicated issues that can't just be put into a few bullet points on a website. Another point I want to make is the survey is in flux. So the survey that was released, and you can find it on the SHPO website right now, is under the understanding that window replacement, vinyl siding will make a property not contributing. And SHPO, State Historic Preservation Organization, came and spoke to our neighborhood and said, we're looking at all of that again. So our survey is not entirely accurate. So if we were to think about a situation where we looked at contributing properties and not contributing properties for demolition, we don't know what those are until SHPO decides. And the main point, I think, is that the city is committed to historic preservation. It's in our comprehensive plan. The state gives us money. The city has programs. We have an HRC. We give away the money. It's embedded in city processes and the budget. So I don't think that's up for debate. The issue is just a technical one of this ordinance is preventing complications and preventing us from wasting time and money by allowing demolitions on contributing properties in the next 6 months that are going to cause us to revisit the survey and then also compromise everybody's efforts to get the historic designation for the neighborhood. And LPA is given money, the city is given money with matching funds. SHPO gave money, I don't know how much, like 10, 15,000, is that what it is? So it's really just a practical issue. We've put a lot of time and money into it already, so we shouldn't waste it.
Thank you.
Hello, Eric Hyde, 66046. I honestly don't trust a lot of people on this issue except you guys up there in the city, because I've come to realize that we all need to be team players instead of solitary people, like just solitary thinkers. So maybe we all do need to listen and agree. I'm saying I'm kind of incorrect of what I said first, but listen, I think God elected all of you to be up there. I think we need to honor that. So I really think you're the best city commissioners in this whole town's history. And we have issues where we don't really like each other all that much, but that doesn't freaking matter. And anyway, I was gonna say, I think you guys should offer a time limit, like a prompt at the 1 minute, 30 seconds, so people can try to put their comments down to like bullets, so we don't get lost in the devil in the details. And that's it, thank you.
Professor?
Tim Hamilton, 66044. I have a property in the University Place that my wife and I have been restoring. It's actually called the Hendry House. The Hendry House was built in 1912 by Edward F. Hinchman. And, I'm sorry, the Hinchman House. This neighborhood group undertook a study. And in order to get that study, we had to poll everybody in the neighborhood. And that meant door-to-dooring and mailing all of these out. And it overwhelmingly voted in favor of becoming a historic district. We had some people that were against it, and we had some that didn't respond at all. And if you take those that didn't respond and you divide those out, it still wins overwhelmingly. So people really wanted to have this whole district to become historic. But one of the problems is a lot of the houses like mine, the 1912 Hinchman House, are subject to be demolished. So, I mean, I could tear mine down. I've got a double lot, could build on the back of it and could put an apartment building up there. It would look atrocious. I think it would change the character of the neighborhood. And that's really what we're talking about here, is trying to preserve the character of the neighborhood. And if you hodgepodge a few houses here and there, that are doing restorations, like my house that we're doing the restorations, yeah, you'll have some nice houses, but when you're next to a high-density apartment building or triplex, that really cuts against that of the whole neighborhood. And it was a neighborhood effort. So we would ask that you do extend this moratorium and at least give the neighborhood a fighting chance to try and get this designation. If it fails for whatever reason, then you can always lift the moratorium and people can demolish away. But if you don't do that, then that is going to encourage a lot of these historic properties to just be torn down. So mine was 1912. There are a lot of them that were in the 1920s. There's all sorts of different architecture that is involved throughout the neighborhood. University Place is at the foot of the Chancellor's house from KU. At one time, there was a streetcar that went all the way through the neighborhood. So it's really emblematic of the whole development of Lawrence. And it would be really nice to have an entire neighborhood that is going to show that. We've seen the Orient as sort of falling into that trap of people selling out and demolishing and building up. So we just would really like to have the opportunity to see the neighborhood have a shot at it. And to have a shot at it, you've got to stop people from demolishing. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other public comment on this item in the room? How about online?
We do have one. Jeffrey Hepler.
Good evening, everyone. Jeffrey Hepler, 66044. Thank you so much for hearing and being able to speak now. And having the Zoom is still an opportunity, so I can sit in the comfort of my home. Thank you. I am going to be frank right now. I live at 1801 Main Street, so the corner of 18th and Main. I noticed looking at the ordinance that that's not included in the moratorium. In fact, there's a series of maybe 4 to 6 blocks, 3 to 4 blocks that are not included. I don't really know if I'm for or against this moratorium. I guess I live here, so I'd love my landlord to not demolish my place. And my landlord is the KU Endowment Association, and they are a significant landlord in this neighborhood, especially in that area that is not covered by the moratorium. A lot of those properties are managed by tenants to homeowners, and they do what they can as an organization to invest in those properties so that people can live there for a very affordable price. I pay a fraction of what most people in Lawrence have to pay for rent. That's the only reason I can afford to live here in the city. So I suppose I'm saying I would love for us to be able to put a little more money towards those properties that need a little more love, that are historic. I mean, this is a 1940s house. It's lovely. I love these old houses. They're quirky. The point being, thank you for listening.
Thank you. Okay, bring it back to the commission for discussion. Motions?
Mayor, I had a quick question. I noticed that in the report, there were 2 different possibilities. There was a possibility 1 and a possibility 2, and it looks like the moratorium is based on possibility 1. And I just needed to know either from the applicants or from staff the rationale for choosing one over the other, when it seems like in the report that possibility 2 more aligned with kind of the overall vision for the designation and where the most greater impact is concentrated. So I just was curious to know that. What was the rationale for picking 1 over the 2 when 2 seems to be
Well, Lynn, do you
more
want
impactful area?
Lynn, you want to say anything about that, or?
Sure. Lynn Braddock-Zollner, Historic Resources Administrator for the city. As staff, we just took the conversation that you had and designed the moratorium area to cover what Mayor Finkeldye expressed during that meeting as the larger historic district. Certainly, you can change it back to the entire neighborhood or the other district that Hernley outlined. I do want to reiterate what Mandy was saying. And those of you who know historians can get a laugh out of this, but the Hernley proposal is one historian's opinion on what is contributing and non-contributing based on their knowledge. Several other architectural historians have to look at that, and ultimately it is the State Historic Preservation Office that makes the determination whether a property is contributing or non-contributing. Even though Hernley and I work together every day, there were several properties that I had said would be contributing and that they said would not be. So the State Historic Preservation Office is actually going through right now and making a determination. Once we get the determination on where the majority or the concentration of those contributing historic resources are, then we can either do one of the Hernley proposed districts or something totally different that encompasses the majority of those properties that may be contributing to a historic district. And so right now it's, kind of difficult to tell where all those resources will be. The state has adopted a new siting policy that was not under consideration by Hernley when they were making those determinations on contributing and non-contributing. So we're reevaluating some properties based on that siting policy, also with windows in historic districts, and also looking at the historic district, not just for architecture, but also for its importance in the growth and development of Lawrence. And just want to quickly say we are putting together some information for the City Commission for historic preservation questions in general, and want to point out that we have done a density study already on historic properties and properties that are covered by historic review right now in the city, not including University Place. And the density of people per square mile is almost double what the average is across the city. So we do already have a lot of density in these areas, and we're looking at towns like Nashville on how to increase that density, but to do it in such a way that it's compatible with the historic character of these areas. So you can increase density but not lose the historic character. And some of that's a second building on the lot if the lot's big enough, large additions on the rear that aren't visible from the street. So there are all kinds of avenues that we can hopefully get to reach that goal of increased density but not lose our historic character. You don't have to choose one or the other. You can have both. So, and I'd be happy to answer any other questions you might have.
Other questions, comments?
Yeah, Lynn, question. Do we believe that University Place will receive the State Historic Preservation Office nomination by November? Do we have an idea how long these usually take?
Just apply.
Yeah, they can apply by November. We may have a preliminary determination by November of what the district would look like. It usually takes about 12 to 18 months to get listed on the National Register of Historic Places once you've submitted an application. The neighborhood has submitted a partial application, and so the State Historic Preservation is already working on this. There was a lot of information in the Hernley survey, so it may not take that 18 months. But with historic districts, we like to, at least in Lawrence, we like to have public meetings through the process too. And so that can lengthen the time and make it a little bit longer than if it's just an individual house, which sometimes can get listed in 9 to 12 months. So I do think there's a historic district in University Place neighborhood. I don't know exactly what it will look like boundary-wise at this time. And my best guess would be about 12 months to complete the process based on where we are now.
Thank you.
And those two questions are basically why I proposed what I did, which was give them a chance to apply and find out what the district could look like, instead of saying, 24 months and then they, never apply, or we find out some district. And then I took the largest of the two, that Hernley, in the study. Now obviously there could be something else, but we paid for a study of the Historical Society, and I picked the largest of the two and put that in the moratorium, because I thought there was some basis for that. Now, obviously, I think if they get an application, get a determination, and they get some preliminary, my guess is they'll be back asking for a moratorium until the end of the study. But then we'll have some more information.
Could we just make it 12 months now?
The problem is we could, I'm not saying we can't, but, let's say we were doing a moratorium for 12 months now for this area, and they decide later it's this area or this area or this area, that I'd rather do this, get the application in, and then do the next one based upon what's actually going forward.
Designated area.
The designated area. But, that's the theory. And so, again, we can do what we want, but my theory was get the application in, get a better definition of the area. I used the largest one that we could back up now with the study and then go from there.
So as far as someone filing for an exemption, the 30 days, is that usual and customary? As far as us being able to go through paper, applications of some sort? So essentially, if someone...
Yes, Commissioner Sellers, we have in the city of Lawrence a mandatory 30-day wait period for any demolition, regardless of where it is in the city. And so typically, we would be able to, during that 30-day wait period, if they are asking for an exception, we would be able to get that exception request on a city commission agenda during that mandatory 30-day wait period.
Okay. So then, knowing what we know based on the Hernley report and what's been proposed, I guess I'm kind of answering my question, but talking it out at the same time. Do we believe the moratorium is more to prevent demolition of contributing structures which could impact the likelihood of a designation?
I do believe that was one of the initial reasons the neighborhood was requesting the moratorium. The house that was torn down for the new construction would have been a contributor to a historic district. And so I think the concern for the neighborhood is they don't want to lose any more historic resources that may, take out the opportunity for other people in the area to have that historic district designation. Because if they get listed in the National Register, not only does it help preserve the community character, but those people who have a contributing property in that National Register historic district or are eligible for the state rehabilitation tax credit program, which depending on your expenditures can be anywhere from 25% to 40% based on the cost of the rehabilitation and your and what your overall cost of the project was. And for people who own property within a National Register historic district, and the property is income producing, for example, if it's a rental property, those property owners are also eligible for the federal rehabilitation tax credit program, which is a 20% federal tax credit for the rehabilitation of the structure. So those financial incentives can be very significant if you're trying to repurpose or rehabilitate a historic property.
Thank you, Lynn.
Okay. Question, comments, motions?
Yeah, I mean, I don't, until we have a discussion about the LDC and some of the things that they brought up, I support this moratorium, and hopefully we can have some of the questions that are brought up by this application during that meeting.
Absolutely. Make a motion then?
Oh, yeah, sorry. The motion, which one was this? 7A?
D7A, just adopt.
Motion to adopt on first reading ordinance number 10212.
Is there a second?
Second that motion.
A motion by Vice Mayor Courtney, second by Commissioner Devo. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Nay.
Opposed?
Nay.
Nay. Passes 4-1. Okay, thank you for that. That brings us to D11A, which Vice Mayor Courtney pulled.
I can wait for after public comment, and then we can bring it back. And
Well, usually when you pull it, you say why you, you pulled it. We let the person who pulled it say something about the issue.
Okay. Yeah, I've been thinking about this one ever since we had that meeting. And, one of the ways that I think we can measure the health of a city is how many homes are being built. And, over the last couple of years, that has been historically low. Something that I'm very much interested in is single-family type homes where people can start generating wealth. I believe us as a body, coming up with some of the annexation work that we've done, allows for some of these new lots to be available. When we talked about it, previously, I was very much focused on, the Lawrence Nature Park and, how that will fit into the neighborhood. And part of me feels like I literally missed the trees because of the forest. And so I pulled this item tonight because I believe we should send it back to the Planning Commission for one really main reason. Density is something that shouldn't just happen on the east side of town. It should be shared across the entire community. In our 4/14/2026 City Commission questions, there were questions about what does density look like throughout Lawrence. And so there are 71 areas of Lawrence west of Castle zoned R3 or R4. That area is approximately 1,052 acres, encompassing 2,168 parcels. There are 187 areas of Lawrence east of Castle zoned R3, R4, or the single R5. That's approximately similar. It's 1,186 acres, but it's encompassing 3,003 parcels. From a parcel perspective, there's 50% more parcels with higher zoning on the east side of town. And there's 2.5 more areas of higher density in East Lawrence than in West Lawrence. And as we start building some of these new neighborhoods, it shouldn't just be R1s and R2s, that if by putting some higher density zones in those areas, that should make some of these homes more affordable for people who live in this community. So I'm recommending for that one, we keep the R1, we keep the open space, but this one, which is the R2, a majority of that area, we send it back to the Planning Commission to add more density.
Any questions before we open it to public comment on that? Okay, I'll open it up to public comment. Anyone want to make a public comment on that item? How about online?
Jeffrey Hepler.
Thank you, Sherry, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. I'm just going to say amen. It's on the west side, takes up some of that density. It's nothing but ranches out there. Come on now. Thank you.
Okay, bring it back to the commission. I would say that I'm obviously a big fan of additional density, and I do think those places we need a lot of density, and I think our comprehensive plan talks about different locations. And so, although I generally agree with you that we need more density, I'm going to support the way it came to us from the Planning Commission, the way we passed it on the first reading, because we're moving forward with that project, and that was consistent with, the comprehensive plan at the time. Now, when we look farther west at our next annexations, our comprehensive plan shows a lot more density in those locations. And so certainly I'll be hoping for that. And if this happens to get reworked in the process when it comes back to us for a plat or whatever, and, there's more density, I'd be happy to see that. But I'm going to vote to move it forward as it is.
Vice Mayor, I just wanted to make sure I heard you correctly. You had said that single-family detached is a way of generating wealth?
I'm interested in homes where people can own the home, and then they can start generating the wealth themselves.
Okay, because I know you said single-family detached, single-family dwelling, so I just wanted to make sure I was
Yeah, no problem.
clear on that. I mean, I understood you correctly on that. Yeah, this is on second final reading. I do plan to approve it. I think anywhere we can create home ownership in any way it looks, that's, I'm a proponent for that, especially that moderate density housing that we know that many folks my age and a little bit younger want. I don't need a sprawling backyard. I'm still traumatized from cutting our backyard as a kid. So, I think we have that mindset. I think we're working on the tools and strategies to do that. So I do look forward to Leah bringing back the final draft of our affordable housing incentives. And I think once we have that, and to your point of identifying different pockets of areas where we could maybe do some intentional, maybe affordable housing designations or something that could look like that, plenty of strategies I have in mind for that. But it's not going to be that for every project. We know that as we continue to do some westward expansion, like the mayor said, there's other projects that'll come into that. They're a little bit more dense. But I think this is kind of a balance of meeting a need. It's not meeting the need, but we don't have the tools quite yet to speak to the need that you're talking about. But it's not to say that it shouldn't exist. It just doesn't exist for this project. So as someone that is staunchly and emphatic about affordable housing, if I can stomach this, I'm not saying you should, but I do sleep at night knowing that this is not we're not setting precedents with this.
Okay, any other comments or motions?
I'll just say I do agree. I would like to see a little more density. I don't want to stall this project anymore. I do think we have plenty of opportunity for density moving forward. So I will also be voting in favor.
Yeah, we got lots of chances. We need lots of variety. We need as much variety as we can find, and we need as many homes as we can get. And with Christine, I want to keep moving forward on this, and I would rather just keep the process moving and then look to more density down the road, because I'm with you. 5,000, 7,000 square foot lots sound great to me. That's way more affordable, and we can work on that in the future for sure.
Yeah, so I would just say I'm for the development. I'm going to vote no on this because, but.
I wanted to note, Vice Mayor, that you did vote yay on the 11B and C.
I know. Yeah, no, I know. Yeah, well, I didn't want to pull the whole thing. Like, this was just like the area, which to me, I was like, they could probably add more density here compared to the other parts. Water under the bridge.
Okay, is there a motion?
Move to adopt on second and final reading ordinance number 10205.
Second.
A motion by Commissioner Sello, second by Commissioner Pulliam. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Opposed.
Passes 4-1. Okay, thank you very much for that. We will bring up regular agenda item 1, which is to receive a presentation from the Lawrence Douglas County Fire Medical about the new funding structure with Douglas County. John?
Hey there, I'm John Darling. I'm the Division Chief of EMS for LDCFM. And I was told how to share this.
Just keep introducing yourself.
Okay, I'm going to introduce myself. I'm still John Darling. I'm still EMS for LDCFM. And I appreciate the chance to talk to you about something that has been developed in the governance group that is shared between LDCFM and the city and the county. So am I good to go? Okay, all right. So, hang on, I got to click. Okay, so we thought it would be helpful to review how our LDCFM operating budget has been set up. This is especially prior to 2026, our current year. So basically, we think about our budget as being divided into 3 buckets of money. So first, we have the LFD bucket. That pays for things that are exclusively used for firefighting, for fire hose, for fire prevention, fire investigations. That's about $600,000 a year. The other smaller bucket is DCEMS. That's for stuff that is purely EMS in nature, so paramedic education, activities by the EMS division, our medical supplies and equipment, And then everything else, the overwhelming majority, like 94% of our budget, is shared expenses, things that can be dual use, which is one of the real advantages of having a department that shares functions, so you don't have two separate agencies that are basically duplicating a lot of functions. And that's about $30 million in our shared expense, and that's our operations personnel, our station vehicle maintenance, employee physicals, fuel and diesel, everything like that. And so the city of Lawrence is 100% pays for the LFD bucket funds. Douglas County pays for the DCEMS funds. And then the question is, where do we draw the line at how much each party contributes to shared expenses? So the way it was calculated prior to this year was as follows. We looked at the number of fire apparatus on the streets, which at the time was 5 quints or engines, 1 ladder, 2 battalion chiefs, and 7 ambulances. And then we looked at how those were staffed. So we had 4 firefighters on each of the pumper apparatus, 3 firefighters on the ladder, 2 firefighter chiefs in the battalion chief position, and then 2 firefighters on each ambulance. So what that ended up with, when we put them together, you would have 25 people. Now, this is not the number of employees for our department. This is the number of positions that were staffed 24/7. And then the same thing every day, we would have, sorry, let me go back one, 25 fire and I believe 14 ambulance. And when you do the math, that's 64% of the staffing was on fire apparatus, 36% was on EMS apparatus. So that was where the percentage was set. Douglas County would kick in 36% of the shared expenses, and then the city would kick in the remaining 64%. So as I've said, that's how things were prior to this year. Now in 2026, we had a number of staffing changes, and what the end result was that we took one of the firefighters that had been on one of the pumper apparatus, Engine 5, moved them to the ladder to make that a 4-person staffed company, and then shut down that engine, Engine 5. We then also added an additional ambulance, Medic 6. And so the effect of that was we had a net reduction of 1 riding position per day. And we also had a dramatic increase in the proportion of people who are on EMS units as opposed to fire units. So if we had followed that same process, the math would have been 22 people on fire apparatus and 16 people on ambulances, which would have resulted in a 42% shared expense ratio, which would have been a big swing in costs from the city to the county. So as we worked through that, that was not something that we, the city could just decide to do, or we had to work through that. And so to maintain the staffing levels as we did, we basically sort of reverse engineered what the staffing levels needed to be, what the shared expenses would need to be, the percentage, to maintain the staffing levels that were identified by both governing bodies as being important. And so that's how we got to, for this year only, a shared expense ratio of 59.7% to 40.3%. But again, that was for this year, that was a 1-year extension to the EMS agreement. So now it's time to talk about, as we look into the future, what process do we want to use for determining what that percentage number should be? So when I say the current shared expense rate formula, what I mean is that's where it's based only on those staffed riding positions. The issue is it's really good, it's very simple, and it's very good for stable things when we aren't adding or removing resources. But as you see, when we have a net reduction of just 1 FTE position, but we're also closing fire trucks, opening ambulances, we have big cost swings when one side's decreasing, one side's increasing, even more when both those things are happening simultaneously. The reason for that is each staffed position moves our shared expense ratio to 1 to 1.5%. So shutting down a fire engine, that's 6% all told. So that's a big swing. Or adding it back would be another 6%. So it's big changes when you talk about a $30 million bucket. So in governance, we sat down as a group and we said, would we like to look at a different formula that we might use to help us do something that was maybe more stable, took into account other considerations, and would be more fair? We said yes, and we've kind of come up with something based on multiple factors, not just the factor that is staffing. And so when we were trying to determine, because there's no industry standard is like, these are the factors that you definitely should use. What we're looking for is things that are obviously objective measurements, and they want things that are related to either the service area or population that we serve, the service demand, basically how often are we being used, and then how the resource allocations, how are our resources being deployed and used. And so now what I want to walk you through is the 6 factors that we came up with, which together result in the new the new shared expense ratio, and kind of illustrate through them because it's a technical topic and there's a lot of nuance there. So feel free to jump in at any point if we have questions. There'll also be a time at the end if you have. So the first one ought to be the most straightforward. It's basically just what's the total population split. So what we did is we took the total population using 2020 census numbers because while there are mid-census estimates, the governance group's consensus was we didn't think they were as reliable as the 2020 numbers. Based on that, about 94,000 in the city, 24,000 outside of the city limits, which turns into 79.9%, 20.1% when we look at population. The second one is a little more nuanced. This is population protected. So what we see is because everyone in the county receives EMS protection, everyone within the city receives fire protection from our agency. So when we say, hey, let's look at the total number of protected services provided to persons, we basically split those out, add them together to get the total universe of services provided, realizing that everyone in the city is getting both fire and EMS. We were doing this to try to capture the total number of services being delivered. And when we look at 118,000 with EMS out of 214,000, or 94,000 out of the 214, what we end up with is a split of 44.5 to the city, 55.5% to the county. The next one we looked at is apparatus responses, because one of the things we wanted to take into account is not all incidents get only a single unit or only a couple of units. So how we did this was, let's say there's a cardiac incident. Our deployment for that would be we would send a fire apparatus, we would send an ambulance, because that's going to need more people. When we do, so we would count that for the purposes of this analysis, we'd count that as one apparatus response by fire apparatus and one apparatus response by an ambulance. So that'd be 1 and 1. Then if we had an motor vehicle accident, we might still send one fire truck, but if we have multiple patients, we might send 2 ambulances for 2 patients. So in this analysis, we would count that as 1 fire response and 2 ambulance responses. And then if we have a structure fire, we would send 4 fire apparatus on the first alarm and 2 ambulances. So that would count as 4 fire responses and 2 ambulances. So in the example of just these 3 incidents, that would count as 6 fire responses and 5 EMS responses, even though it's 3 total incidents. And the reason we did that is we thought it's important to not just capture the total number of incidents, but how many resources are required, because different incidents require different numbers of resources. We wanted to capture that data piece. So when we looked at that for all of 2025, what we found was we had about 11,500 fire responses, almost 15,000 ambulance responses. So when we put that together, the proportion is 43.7% to the city, 56.3% to the county. Then we'll look at fire and EMS staffing ratio. Now this green column, this essentially is the only term that was looked at under the prior formula, but now it's one of 6. So what we looked at there is, as we were talking through governance, because we are recommending a multi-year staffing agreement, we said, multi-year funding agreement, we said, so we've got the 4 staff fire apparatus. We also said, because the plan currently is to build and staff an engine 6 at Station 6, we also are still going to keep the 2 battalion chiefs, but we thought it would be fair to keep 1 battalion chief allocated to the fire side, allocate the other one to the ambulance side, because were there 2 separate services, that would also need a supervisor, so count them there. And then now we have 8 ambulances instead of 7 like we have had in the past. So this is not our current staffing, it's essentially our current staffing plus engine 6 when that's put on, because that would be something that would potentially be part of this agreement in this period. If we look at that, then we end up with 6 apparatus staffed by 4, and then 1 battalion chief position allocated to the fire side, 8 ambulances staffed with 2, plus 1 battalion chief allocated to the EMS side. That math works out to be 25 to fire and 17 to city, which works out to be 59.5 to 44.5%. Then we look at incidents by planning zone. And what this really was we have divided the city and county through our accreditation documents into 5 planning zones within the city, and then a planning zone for Eudora, a planning zone for Baldwin, and then 7 planning zones outside of those incorporated areas. And then we're looking at how many incidents, this is just total incidents, not fire versus EMS incidents, did we respond to within that area. So we found is outside of Lawrence city limits, we ran about 2,000 incidents in 2025. Inside of Lawrence, we ran 15,600 in 2025. So that proportion works out to 88.1% in the city, 11.9% in the county. So while Lawrence is about 80% of the population, we actually have even higher utilization within city limits, about 88%. The last one is an analysis of what we called the LFD versus DCAS incidents. So as you may know, our organization was founded by merging LFD, Lawrence Fire Department, with Douglas County Ambulance Service in 1997. So what we looked at is, what's the value both the city and county are getting from this based on if that had not happened, and it is a good value that it did happen, I want to be very clear about that, but had that not happened, what would the relative demand be for those two services? So what we looked at there was we basically took all the calls in 2025, sorry, not all the calls, we took all the calls that Matt went through our data cleaning process to make sure we were removing outliers, but all qualified calls that we could sort into this would be, say, with medical calls. A medical call in the city would obviously generate a ambulance response, just like a medical call anywhere, and we're LFD operated differently from DCAS. LFD would be dispatched to a medical, just like the jurisdictional fire departments are dispatched to medicals outside of city limits right now. So that would be a response by LFD and a response by DCAS. If there was a medical in the county, that would be a response by DCAS. That would not have been a response by LFD. If there was a fire incident in the city, LFD would have responded emergency. Currently, our ambulances also respond emergently to fires because they carry all their firefighting tools and equipment and can be part of an effective firefighting force. In the event that that was a single role agency ambulance service, they would probably still go as a non-emergency standby, but they wouldn't go lights and sirens. They wouldn't be doing anything actively while they were there unless something went wrong. So that was excluded. So that would, a fire incident in the city would count toward LFD. It would not count toward DCAS. A fire incident in the county wouldn't count toward anything because that would be basically handled by the jurisdictional fire department. A hazmat incident, we do have a county-wide hazmat agreement. So in the city, it would be responsible by both LFD and DCAS, and in the county, it would again be LFD and DCAS. And a technical rescue incident, like extrication, water rescue, high-angle rescue, structural collapse, anything like that. While we don't have a formal agreement, we do typically tend to respond mutual aid to any significant incident. So we said that that would be a LFD and DCAS incident both in the city or in the county had that occurred. So then we took that for the entire year of 2025. And again, this is not a heat map of where things have actually occurred. This is just for purposes of illustration. We said, okay, when we look at where things have happened, some would be DCAS, some would be LFD, some would be both. And we played that forward for the entire year. Where do we end up? And what we find is that we end up with about 8,000 calls that would be accrued to DCAS and about 7,400 calls that would be accrued to LFD. So that proportion ends up at 48.1% to 51.9%. So with those 6 factors considered, when we take the average of them all together, we end up with 60.6% to 39.4%, and none of those are weighted. That is just a straight average. So that's where we end up. So I can pause for comments. I got a few more things, but if there's anything that jumps out right now, I can go into that.
Questions? Yeah, I got, so looking at this formula right here, you said that they weren't weighted. Has the team run calculations of various, total population and population protected values to see what that does to the overall formula? I mean, one of the things you said is like the last formula was kind of unstable. If you play with some of these variables.
Yes, thank you for asking me. So we have. So we looked at this with using the U.S. Census estimates from the last several years. And what we found was the red column moved by like 0.2%. The orange column, which also is derived from population, though, because of the way it's factored, actually that percentage didn't move at all. And when we factored it through the whole formula, the end result average didn't move because it would have to move by at least 0.6% in one of the terms to be 0.1% at the end. And what we figured out, just for background, is if we wanted to, for the average, the end calculation to move by 1% from just population, that would have to be a shift of 6% of the population from the city to the county, which I think was about 7,200 people or more than one Eudora would have to move out. So while it does move, it just doesn't move a lot, and that was the entire point of doing it that way. Thank you.
Other questions at this point?
Okay. So basically, I realize that is a very complicated formula. The pendulum has swung from simple to 6 terms, but there are some advantages to it. One is that it does consider lots of things that we have over the years talked about. Hey, isn't this an important factor when we talk about what's fair contribution? So we look at the area and population served. We look at the service levels that we provide in these different areas and to different populations. We look at the variations in how much our services are being demanded and utilized in these various areas. We look at the number of calls that each agency, had we not merged, would have to go to separately. And we still keep that term that we've been using this whole time, which is where people are deployed on fire versus EMS units. The big advantage that I see is that it prevents exactly what we're talking about. Like minor changes no longer result in major swings in costs to one or both sides. And that will, I think, over time allow us to really fine tune, instead of like, if we wanted to put an apparatus on the streets, hey, which side of the equation does that go on? That's the biggest question. We can have a conversation more about, is that the right thing to do for the community as a whole? So at this point, we wanted to open it up for feedback and direction. Basically, again, questions, comments, clarifications. And then the 2 questions that we had for the commission was essentially, do you support the updated funding methodology with this multi-factor formula? Any other factors you'd like to see us explore? And governance recommends a multi-year agreement. So for context, if both commissions do support this, the next step would be we would go back in governance and work out the full EMS agreement to bring back for approval this fall. So with that, I will open.
Go ahead.
I have a question, John. So did you have any benchmark to go against when trying to evaluate these cost-sharing structures? Since we are unusual but not completely uncommon, I'm sure, did you seek out any other communities' input, or do we have to do this on our own as far as evaluating this unusual formula? I'd like to know if we kind of sought out any peers or any other people who are doing this same.
I did a deep-ish dive on literature, and what I found is like shared costs between agencies is very common, not just in emergency services, like water treatment stuff can be very common. There's lots of places. Speaking in broad brushstrokes, there are people that basically seem like they have set a formula and forgot it, and if there even was a formula. The other is that people do, maybe it's not included within the agreement, but there's a clear process where like, hey, how we got to this number. It's not just something 2 people shook hands on 30 years ago. Of the latter type, which I would say we are because we kind of know how we got to this number, I can't give you like a 30% or 60%, but at least a large proportion of them had more than one factor considered, I think probably for the purposes of having a single thing make or break, their percentages. What I could not find was really, hey, this is the gold standard of like, this is how we should, benchmark it. I think that tends to be very tailored to the particular communities. And so when we found something that, hey, this ends up like, relatively close to where we've been at and is a lot more stable, that's what kind of prompted, I think, the decision to kind of bring this to the governing bodies.
Okay, and then one last question about this then. If we were to, I don't have the number in front of us, I can't remember the span, but if we were to trade out 6 multi-factors to 4 or throw out a high and a low, it looked like the data seems to adjust itself more or less, or there'll be some variation. But have you guys considered a high and a low variation of using 4 instead of 6 and using some logic to throw out the outliers, or is there any statistical evaluation in that manner for you so far?
In terms of like rigorous statistics, not as much, but what there has been is looking at the effects. What I can tell you is that if we think that the current end result is politically feasible on both sides, taking out variables is likely to swing that to a point it may no longer be. So that ultimately we were sort of the direction of the commissions. We can do that, but I can say that you probably wouldn't end up where you are if you take out highs and lows or anything like that. So it'd be, a question.
Okay. Some of them are so close together that I feel like if you're endorsing this, I just want to make sure if we were suggesting using less factors or trying to find more or just narrowing it down to 1 or 2.
Yeah,
just wanted to make sure we understood what
you could. I think the only issue is, so like we were talking about before, hey, currently with 6, it has to be a 6% change in 1 to move the end result 1. If we go down to 4, then it only has to be a 4% change.
I do like that.
Yeah. And so And so I think that that ends up being, like the trade-off. What we've kind of talked about in governance, and again, none of this is finalized, is the idea that this isn't necessarily a thing that we would be recalculating every year. We would take a snapshot at the time we came with the EMIS agreement, and that would work with the assumption that, even if there are changes in population or changes in demand or changes in resource usage or anything like that, it won't change that much, even if it's, a 3 or 4% change overall. That's the whole point of doing it. So, you could definitely have less variables, or you could hey, we like the end result, so we'll put weighting on this. But all that ends up doing is then making it a little, the whole point, I guess, was we wanted to go from big swings to modulated swings. The fewer things we put in there, the less modulated it becomes, if that makes sense.
That makes sense, sure.
Okay.
Thank you.
And to be clear, you're presenting this to the county tomorrow,
Yes.
and then assuming you get somewhat nods from both of us, you'll go work out some details and then bring it back for a final vote later.
Absolutely, yes. Yes.
Okay. Other questions this time?
One question, Casey, actually for you. So if we don't do this, it'll go back to the 64-36 formula, correct?
That's, if we don't do this, then we don't have an agreement. We have an amendment for this year, so we have to negotiate some extension of that agreement. So, conversations with our county partners for this year's budget were kind of under the understanding that it was a one-time thing for them to step up and provide additional resources. Am I answering your question?
Yeah, no, 100%. And then the question, if we go from 64 to 60, do we know what that does in terms of what we're paying? Is that, what that savings is?
I think I saw that number. John, I don't know, did you see that?
So without down to the penny, if we're going with a $30 million rough ballpark for shared expenses, reducing it by a little over 3%, would it be in the neighborhood of about $1 million, assuming that, the shared expense will probably go up. There's a lot of factors to consider, but if you want a back of the envelope answer, that's about that.
Thanks, John.
Gotcha, cool. And then this is sort of like the new guy question. This just must be a lot of work every year with the old formula. So if you guys had a multi-year formula, would that free you up to do maybe more inventive things about, resource allocation to calls and stuff like that?
I'll take a shot. I think, Vice Mayor, that it was a lot of work to get to the previous formula, but then it kind of was a little bit like John described of set it and forget it. I think that's kind of maybe our direction on this, is to not necessarily codify all of that in the agreement, but just know that maybe we have a separate procedure that documents this is the methodology that we use. Then the multi-year agreement could, and this is all subject to negotiations with our partners, obviously, but we could just have the number in the agreement for the duration of this particular agreement. This year it's this percentage, this year it's that percentage. We could do that so that we're not having to do this complex multi-factor analysis every year. Some of these factors aren't changing. If we're using census data, that's not changing every year. Population is changing, or some of those other details do require a lot of work from John and his team to pull that data. So, and ultimately doesn't swing when we have that many factors. Changing one of them slightly isn't going to make a big change overall. Does that make sense?
Yep.
The original agreement, I think, was 3 years, then we extended it for a year, and then
that sounds
we hit last year and we extended it
again
with a caveat last year.
And I think the explanation of that is because we continued to find, when we only had the one factor, when there was a winner and there was a loser. Mm-hmm. And that was very challenging, especially when you add on a layer of complexity with our different budget schedules. Finding the right window of when to make these changes and how to coordinate all of that is very complex. And so, yes, it's taken us a while to get here, but I honestly think that we're in a really good place in terms of finding a solution to a problem that, I'm going on my 24th year and it's been a problem. So I'm really excited about the work that the team has done, and I'm happy to hear you all's comments and directions about it.
Well, and I think springboarding off that, the other, maybe what I may have heard in your question was this formula itself doesn't free up time. Having a multi-year agreement would give us time to then have more conversations about, again, other structural ways we could improve efficiencies and find new ways to solve problems.
Okay, if there's no other questions, we'll open it up to public comment. Members of the public would have 3 minutes.
Eric Hyde, 66046. Again, I'm going to try to keep my comments under a minute and a half because I really get sick and tired of listening to people talk too much. So I'm going to try to model a good example. Okay, I have an easy solution to this problem, and I really love Casey Toomey. I think she's perfect. I think she should continue being our city manager because she seems very knowledgeable. Just hire her on, keep her in it, boom. The other comment that I have is I really love math, and I noticed that the numbers, I love math. I love the number pi. They're very close to pi if you just move the decimal to the tens place. So there was this 3961. All you got to do is bump the 61 up to a little bit above 62. That's just an idea I have, because if you take 3141 times 2, you get whatever that equals, 62 something, or 60, whatever. And then the other one would be the corresponding addition to 100. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Sean, where you go?
Sean Coffey, 66049, Mayor, Commissioners. Just to give you a little historical background on this, the first time this agreement was ever signed was in 1997. And those percentages at that time were 74% city, 26% county. And that purely based upon the two budgets combined and then separated out again. And the fire department's budget was 74% of that total, and DCAS's was 26%. Went along until 2000, it was changed there to 74.36 and 25.64, and then it remained there for 22 years until 22 when we changed it to 64% for the fire medical and city, and 36% for the county. Excited about this new proposal to have, very detailed, quite comprehensive. Nice to see the potential additional revenue. I am a little bit cautious because of that agreement in 2022. I want to remind you that the city received about $2.1 million with that agreement when it was signed in 2022. And since that time, I've seen the fire department reduce the fire suppression forces back to 1985 levels, not even to what they were in 1997. But I'll take that and we'll see what happens. Also, within the comprehensive agreement that's signed, there are some other factors involved, and I just want to make sure that those are looked at. There's an administrative fee for internal services, and those are shared costs, and is that formula going to be applied there? Also, I'd recommend that this comprehensive process be archived somehow so it can be looked at in the near future, because 20 years from now, I'll probably be gone, and John and those folks will be long in the tooth as well themselves. So I'm excited to see this and excited to see what the county has to say as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other comments in the room? How about online?
Julie Jones?
Julie, we can't hear you. Try again.
How about now?
We can now.
Okay. That's weird. Mine's echoing. Is yours echoing?
Now echoing.
Okay. I'm curious about, and I honestly don't know this, why does a fire truck go to an ambulance service?
Hold on one second.
She's got audio on her.
Julie, do you have your phone close to where you're, or are you, a lot of times that causes issues.
Okay, thank you. Nope, it's still going. It sounds like I'm in a cycle line or something. So I'm curious why the fire truck goes out with the ambulance when they know it's a heart attack or something like that. I'm just ignorant on that. And then I wondered if they broke down the numbers. They were talking about the population and data, and I wondered if they had broken that down by age of or demographic of 20 to 30, 30 to 40, so we had an idea of who's using these services the most. And that's all I was curious about.
Thank you. Anyone else online?
That's all the comments.
John or Chief, you want to answer the age-old question of why do you send a fire truck and a ambulance?
Absolutely. We'll send out the EMS guy, right? I appreciate that perception. The reality is they don't. So we have about 80 different call types that we can be dispatched of all hazards, of which about 33 are medical call types of different things, abdominal pain, sick person, unconscious, cardiac arrest. Of those, 15 only get a single ambulance response. In addition, there's about 4 or 5, I can't remember, that don't just get a fire truck and an ambulance, they get a fire truck, an ambulance, and a battalion chief. And that's all based on the risk assessment and the tasks that are needed to mitigate that emergency. And so, if you think about it, we want to maintain reliability to respond to emergencies, especially this year when we have one less fire apparatus on the streets. The last thing we want to do is tie up that apparatus unnecessarily, but we also want to make sure we continue to provide the appropriate resources in response. So, for example, I understand maybe it feels like, oh, you only need 2 people for a heart attack. The reality is we need 7 people to do all of the various tasks involved. And I could go on at some length, but the answer is it's something that we do take management of resources very seriously. And so we send what we believe are the appropriate ones to each particular call based on what the caller tells us.
I think the other question she had was about age.
Oh, demographics. Yeah, sorry about that. We do not. We can get it. The reality is, though, whether you're this age or that age, this gender, that race, whatever, it doesn't matter. We still are going to treat all of our human beings the same. So they all need help when they call. So, but we can break it down. We have all that data.
Excellent. Thank you. Okay, any other questions? Or
Yeah, John, one more question. I just want to just double check something real quick, and I think you explained this. I just want to make sure. The red column, 100% of Lawrence live in Douglas County. So what you're saying is it's the population of the county subtracted by the population of Lawrence, and that's how you're able to get that
Yes.
ratio.
So people within versus without city limits.
Gotcha. Okay.
Okay, bring it back to the commission for comments, discussion, feedback. I guess I can start. Just appreciate the work. I was around the first time we created this agreement, and there's a lot that went into that agreement. The formula is one part of a big agreement. I think we'll still have probably some things to negotiate in the agreement, but getting that entire framework, I don't think we'll be starting from scratch. So first, I'd say that. Second, I would say that I've seen how the single variable formula causes consternation between the two bodies, especially, as Casey said, when we don't have the same budget cycle. And the county does their work before us, so they're trying to guess on how much we're going to fund, and that makes them guess on how much, we are going to do things. And then it causes issues. So I appreciate a multi-factor. I also think, I get a lot of, we know if you just look at incident counts, if someone just says, how many fires do we have? We've seen that before. The fires are pretty flat over the last 40 years, and the medical calls are skyrocketing. And so people say, well, shouldn't the county pay for a lot more? But then you hear these explanations of how we do need, responses where we send both people to. So it's not as easy as just saying it's a medical call or it's a fire call. And I think this formula gets into that nuance of showing and understanding those different types of calls and how we respond to them. And so I appreciate that, detailed analysis. So I certainly support this framework. Hopefully, the county does too, and then eventually we're going to bring it back and vote on it with all the details. But I think it's a good place to start.
Yeah, I completely agree. You know, and just thinking about some of these wild shifts, like you said, about how each body would have to go back and forth and then try to navigate the fact that, you know, in one way, it's you almost wouldn't want to add something because of the change would be so great. And so I support this formula. I think, John, thank you for answering all the questions about this. And I'd actually be down for like a 3 to 5 year term for this, because if the biggest numbers here are the population and those aren't going to change too much between really now and the end of the end of the decade, I'm definitely down for a multi-year agreement.
I did mention that. I agree for sure. Other comments?
I'm in favor of the formula. I haven't asked a lot of questions. I know Commissioner Courtney had quite a few. Commissioner Dever did. I've had a few different explanations on this. I am in favor of the agreement being 3 to 5 and maybe the metrics and the formula itself being in a resolution or something outside of the ordinance. So we can manipulate that if we need to in a much easier fashion. But otherwise, thank you very much for all the hard work on it.
Yeah, I think I've got most of my questions answered. I'd love to see us using lots of variables and seeing how it all ends up close to the same place anyway, and I'm glad that some of the numbers may look bad for us or good for the county or vice versa, but I think overall when we can use multi-factor evaluations, it's going to allow us to kind of ride out some of the ups and downs of our budgets in the next few years. So I'm excited to try to get a longer term assessment and also a recalibration of the cost sharing.
Casey, John, as far as the recommendation for multi-year agreement, do you just want us to give you a ballpark, or you want us to be more firm?
I think a ballpark is fine. I think just if you're open to that, you know, the duration is probably something that we'll talk about in governance, but is that helpful?
And then I guess from a review of said agreement, depending on what kind of cycle we have it on, whether it's 3, 4, or 5 years, is it the idea that this would come to us, it would come to the commission or the governing bodies prior to budgets or post-budget?
Well, as we're about to learn in our next agenda item, our budget season has already started. So probably not going to be before, unless we get really clear direction from you all tonight and the county tomorrow, and we can get back together and get an agreement drafted. We're hopeful this fall so that it would be in place for beginning for next year.
Yeah.
Well, this is just providing feedback. I don't.
Mayor, I should say one other thing. I think we'll talk about in the budget presentation, the assumptions that we've made so far in the presentation. Ally will mention the assumptions that we've made regarding the percentages. We didn't want to take the liberty of assuming this new percentage without having direction to do that first. So that might be closer to your question.
And until the county gives us some indication, we also can't do that. Okay, anything else you need from us? John, did that, Chief? You got the direction you need, Casey?
I think that's great. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Do we need a break before we go?
Yes.
Keep going.
It might be worthwhile to stretch out before this.
Okay, you think this will take a while? Maybe. Okay, let's take a 10-minute break. We'll start back up at 7:30.
Me too, I know.
We ready, Kurt? Okay, we're coming back from a short recess. We're on to regular agenda item number 2, which is to receive an update on the development of the preliminary 2027 operating budget and to provide direction to staff. Ally?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commission. No, wrong one. Kurt, do you know where my presentation is? Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, that's it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, you're driving.
Good? Okay, thank you. Maybe. Okay, there we go. All right, good evening. Sorry for that. We are here tonight to discuss an update on our preliminary 2027 budget. You will note the word preliminary. These are still relatively early in our conversation, so numbers are subject to change. We did want to start just showing the 2026, so last year's budget cycle, the targeted reductions that departments were tasked with to overcome an approximately $6.5 million deficit. And departments had the option to do that if they were able through revenue increases or through cuts. And so you see that documented here, and those are additive to reach the total change in departmental budgets on the right-hand column there. For our preliminary 2027 budget, we have updated some of our revenue assumptions since the last time we were in front of commission. So for property tax, we are showing a flat mill levy with a 4% assessed valuation growth. This was after some initial conversations with the county. We'll have a more firm number in June. I will note that Governor Kelly vetoed a property tax bill, but by everything we're hearing, this will continue to be a priority for the state legislator. So it's something that we'll need to be cognizant in for future discussions. Sales tax, we have increased to approximately 4.5% for 2026, and this is meant to largely recognize anticipated development growth that we hope to experience in 2027. And then, as Casey noted earlier, the LDCFM funding split shows the old agreement of 6436. On the expenditure side, it's still showing that step in 2.5% wage adjustment. Healthcare for the employer contribution, we have decreased that from $20,000 to $19,000. So still a very pretty dramatic increase from 12 to 19, and I'll go more into that later. And then approximately 20% increases for employees, and then known contractual increases. The LDCFM expansion is a key feature of this budget. As background, the county increased their contribution for 1 year to cover the cost of several positions, and those include 8 FTEs for Medic 6, 3 battalion chiefs, and 1 training lieutenant. Those positions needed to be part of our expansion calculation because they were reliant on one-time revenue. So for the 2027 preliminary budget, it includes those positions above, as well as 17 additional positions for Station 6, 15 which would be associated with Engine 6, and then 2 internal service support positions. The updated 2027 preliminary budget numbers are in front of you here, again, subject to change. So in the expenditure, you see the entire operating costs for Station 6, as well as the reserve requirement for expansion, resulting in an approximately $4.3 million deficit. I do want to note that we have received our 2025 preliminary ending balance. These are not audited, so we're still calling them preliminary. And you will see that we underspent here. This is due to several factors. One includes our hiring chill that we implemented. So we slowed the hiring of positions to achieve vacancy savings. This intentional effort kept our fund balance within policy minimums and closer to our 90 days. So we will update our fund balance forecast chart for the commission, and we'll be sharing that in the near future. The 2026 revised budget, I recognize, looks a little wonky, but you see carry forward expenditures, so things that we thought we would purchase in 25 but need to be carried over into 26, so an increase in those expenditures there, as well as increase in revenues. So one of the largest expenditures for 26 is the purchase of several ambulances. So that not only increased the expenditure, but also the revenue, because those are reimbursed by the county. We also had 1 month of sales tax collection that we were unable to record in 2025 due to the timing, and so it's being shown in the 2026 revised. Getting to our healthcare fund, we had previously shown an employer contribution of $20,000 per employee, and we have updated that to $19,000. Again, we received those 2025 preliminary ending numbers, which utilize less fund balance than we had originally budgeted. So with that change, we're showing utilizing some fund balance in 2027, again, relatively small amount compared to previous years, to see recognize potential plan design changes in 2026 and possible future plan design changes in 2027 to control costs. So we did decrease that contribution slightly. We've continued our budget engagement this year with both new and existing features. So there is a new engagement webpage that you can find by clicking on the link there. I'd encourage the commission to go and review that. There were several submissions, different ideas that we have received, and would like feedback from the commission on what should be explored further. There was a shorter survey on the webpage that you can find, and I'll go into some of those results here momentarily. We also tried a new outreach called Budget and Brews. This is the coffee kind, not the beer kind, where we went and talked to people about our budget, encouraged them to take Balancing Act. We also did several pop-up events at our recreation centers. And then in total, we received about 350 submissions to Balancing Act. So some highlights of what we heard during those pop-ups and Budget and Brews, and you're going to see some pretty diverse opinions here, which reflects our community and shows why this work is pretty difficult. But general support for parks, recreation, culture, facilities, and programs, but then mixed feedback on whether or not they support fees. Concern about the city's debt and overall city finances. Questions about the Station 6, both in support or not in support, the funding and the timing for that. General concern about taxes and just various ways to raise revenue. I just want to thank our team. I think overall we received a lot of positive feedback for trying to meet the community where they were, so I appreciate their support in that. So there were 2 questions as part of that engagement survey that we received. The first one was to fund the staffing and operations for the new fire medical Station 6, the city would need to allocate an estimated $4.5 million. How would you prefer the city fund this need? And so you see the 32% with the approximate mill increase, 39% to cut services, and then 29% a combination of the two. We also asked about Parks, Recreation, and Culture fees. If you would like to remove the membership costs, how would you prefer the city make up approximately $450,000 in earned via memberships? So 49% said to keep the memberships, 11% with that mill increase, 30% to cut services, and then 10% a combination of the two. Another valuable data point for us this year is our statistically valid community survey, which we've illustrated many of the general fund programs that you can see in front of you here. This index shows the perceived quality with the perceived importance of various programs. So on the right-hand side, you see EMS fire with a higher quality perception as well as the perception of importance. You see the police department there with that same level of importance but less quality. And then the economic development as the most important per the survey, with one of the lesser quality programs. So traditionally, when you look at indexes like this, you try to take this quadrant here, which is high quality, less importance, and take those resources and allocate them here. And you'll notice there is nothing here. I was asked, what is my general takeaway from this? I think anything that I say would be relatively subjective, so I will refrain from doing so. But I do think that this highlights that we have a lot of competing priorities in our community, and for us to find, it shows the need for us to find effective ways to engage the community where they need to prioritize. And so that's one of the reasons we use Balancing Act. I know it's not perfect, but it does require prioritization, and it does show the trade-offs that you have in funding allocations. So again, we received 352 responses to Balancing Act. A lot of different feedback and priorities. Again, you'll see that as a theme. But we have taken the average service level based on those submissions and categorized those into 4 tiers. Tier 1 would be our highest priority programs, and Tier 4 being our lowest. These aren't assigned reduction amounts. It's just meant to show on average where participants were open to lower levels of service. Again, in the early stages of our 2027 preliminary budget process, we have asked departments that if they needed to make reductions to overcome a deficit, what could those potentially look like? And so for purposes of this conversation, we asked departments approximately 4% reduction across the board, with the exceptions of LDCFM, the police department, and Parks and Recreation. Those departments were asked to reduce slightly less, LDCFM at 2%, police at 3%, and Parks and Recreation at 3.5%. Again, I just want to stress how high level, preliminary these things are. They're not meant to be recommendations. So some potential reductions in our strong welcoming neighborhoods outcome to homeless solution, the elimination of multiple partner service provider contracts, and the reduced service capability and ability to sustain current outcome levels. There also lists the reductions to planning and development services, so to shift personnel into the Housing Trust Fund, resulting in reduced grant capacity, and reduction in department-wide commitments, such as efforts to reduce vacant and dilapidated structures, and the elimination of non-legal engagement and advertising. On the right-hand side, you see the negative impact that this could have to several key performance indicators. So we move on to safe and secure. We list fire medical. They were given the caveat not to impact their expansion personnel. So the elimination of the accreditation process, limited public engagement and education opportunities, and just generally the estimated elimination of 5 positions for the command staff level and 1 administrative position. For police, the elimination of downtown foot patrol and the community service technician program, reduction in our school resource officers, the closure of our front office down to 3 days per week, and in total, the elimination of potentially 10 positions, 6 which would be sworn and 4 non-sworn. And again, those KPIs on the right-hand side. For Connected City, you have MSO, so a decrease in proactive replacement of traffic signals, unfund the neighborhood traffic management program, and the alley rehab program reduced. And in unmistakable identity, parks, recreation, and culture, the closure of indoor aquatic center in the summer while the outdoor facility is open, limited park playground and restroom replacement, potential increase in programmatic fees or a reduction in programming that's available, and the estimated elimination of 2 positions. Finally, in prosperity and economic security is economic development, so reduced funding for external agency partnerships and scaling back advertising and marketing. And then internal services, these folks were also given 4%. It's hard to identify particular groups because budgets are so small, so a lot of collaboration has to happen, but definitely the potential for multiple FTE reduction loss, reduction in citywide training and professional programs, and then a pretty severe reduction in environmental sustainability and the equity and inclusion divisions. So with that, I am going to turn it over to Felice to talk about the transit sales tax.
Good evening. I'm Felice Laverne, Director of Transit. I'm here this evening to continue our conversation about the transit sales tax. These opening slides are from the previous presentation, so I'll just give an overview. Transit has received 2 rounds of sales tax funding, the first in 2008 and then again in 2018. Our current sales tax period will sunset in 2029. Transit is requesting a ballot measure this November to repeal and replace the existing 0.2 sales tax with a 0.3 sales tax to match rising national transit costs. As a reminder, transit costs are up 75% since 2014. With the sales tax increase, transit retains current route frequency and fare-free service until 2029 and continues the downtown station project. We do have adequate funding to build downtown station, but staffing and operational costs are not covered by grants and need to be considered with our budget. Since 2024, that's the beginning of our 5-year transit service provider contract. These costs are locked in until the end of 2028 with limited ability to make major cuts. This contract was competitively procured in line with federal requirements. As a reminder, 2028 to 2029 is a pivotal decision year. Some factors affecting our local budget: local costs rose sharply along national trends, federal funding adjustments move slowly, sales tax has been outpaced by expense inflation. Our system is more resilient than national counterparts. Fares have made up less of our budget than they do most other transit agencies. In Lawrence, sales tax acts as a local match for federal operating grants with a 50-50 split. In general, every $1 our community provides, the federal government contributes a $1 match to our transit system. The combined city and KU transit system provides 2.5 million rides annually, or 7,000 trips per day. The city and KU have separate budgets for our routes and have separate contracts with our service provider. We have 2 coordinated routes. Numbers shown in this presentation are for city expenses only. KU routes are funded by student fees, which are set by Student Senate. Since I stepped into the role of Director of Transit in May of 2025, I've been working with the transit team to reduce our costs. Here are some actions we've taken. We've cut our contract costs within available limits. We're delaying bus purchases. We're seeking grants to maximize local funding, focusing on safety, efficiency, and policy instead of expanding services. I've been able to manage the team with less staff through natural attrition. And we've launched on-demand fares, which are $3 per one-way trip. We've also launched a merch shop. We're in the beginning stages of exploring additional revenue generation ideas like sponsorships at Downtown Central Station, bus advertisements, and returning fixed route and paratransit bus fares in 2029. Okay, so we've seen these sales tax forecasts before. This is the transit budget without an increased sales tax. We've projected until 2030, as that's when we dip below the required fund balance amount and would likely cease transit operations. Some baseline assumptions for both forecast scenarios you'll see here. Funds allocated to the CIP are not shown but are already budgeted and accounted for in the fund balance number. Federal grants also aren't shown, so you'll notice this is strictly expenses and revenues, which are items we can control. Service provider contract costs are set until the end of 2028, and we've projected a 4% increase in contract costs starting in 2029. Downtown station operating costs and funds for part-time staff are included in this forecast. In addition to a new contract, the sharp increase in 2029 reflects a projected dip in federal funding, which means we'll carry more costs locally. With my team's efforts, 2026 expenses are projected to align with revenues. Predetermined contract costs, which were negotiated in 2023, account for increases in 27 and 28, but both years are below 25 spending. This next scenario has the same assumptions plus an increase in sales tax starting April of 2027 of 1.4 million and a full year of sales tax in 2028 of 2.4 million. With these additions, our projections extend until 2033. Scenario 2 gains a structurally balanced budget until the end of our current contract in 2028, a much healthier fund balance, and a smaller projected deficit starting 2030 that could be managed with fares, additional revenue streams, or service cuts. A 0.3 sales tax and negotiating a more favorable contract in 2029 are the first steps to keeping the transit budget structurally balanced. A multifaceted approach that includes new revenue streams will be required. What this additional sales tax does is protect our existing level of transit service and continue the fare-free structure until 2029, provides time to fill a much smaller funding gap, and leverages more negotiating power in our 2029 contract. This team is beginning work now to make sure we're well positioned to procure the most competitive contract we can, so 2029 to 2032 costs are more manageable. In scenario 1, where we retain an existing 0.2 sales tax, our community would see drastic cuts to service in 2029, leaving little runway to improve the health of our fund balance or to recover from cuts before 2032 when the next contract ends. Scenario 2, with the sales tax increase, the public would see less drastic cuts that could be prevented or slowed with additional revenue streams. So that was recap. Here, these next slides are to dive a little deeper into the transit budget and answer questions posed at the last meeting. This data does show our full budget, including expenses covered by our grants. As you can see here, our largest cost is the transit service provider contract, far and away. Our system has been run by a turnkey contractor for many years. The RFP work we are doing now will confirm that remains the best path forward, but barring new information, we do expect to proceed with an RFP in 2028 for a new contract in 2029. Operating costs are the next highest category, and that fluctuates as we make one-time bus purchases like we did in 2025. We got some paratransit vehicles at that time, and as well as other capital and operational spending. My team is being careful to monitor spending across all categories, and especially on items not supported by grants. Parts of all of these cost categories are eligible grant expenses. Personnel costs increase with Downtown Station coming online. This forecast budgets 2 part-time employees to cover Central Station and Downtown Station respectively, so 4 front desk personnel there. There is some room for adjusting that staffing level down, but it will affect customer experience. Central and Downtown Station operational costs are projected at a flat 5% year-over-year increase for utilities. These are the grant amounts we receive from the federal and state levels. All years inclusive of 2026 are actual amounts received. 2027 and 28 are conservative projections and are included in the forecasts we saw earlier. For additional context, here's our ridership and fare collection data. back to 2016 when we began running the same number of transit service hours as we do today. So trying to give you apples to apples comparison as far back as I could. These are gross amounts received at the fare box, so not less any production or operational costs, which can be extensive. You'll note the ridership and fare drop in 2020, and when we went fare-free in 2023. We made substantial route changes in 24 and 25, which accounts for the drop in ridership. We also had to cancel service for a week in 2025 due to the extreme winter weather, and a week of service is a pretty severe drop. So that affects our ridership. 2026 numbers are trending higher as we're now making only minor route changes and our riders have adapted to the current service. After this year's ride guide has been produced, my team will start working on analysis to understand how different fare scenarios might affect our ridership and our service. And our recent return to on-demand fares is providing insight into local fare elasticity. We're getting a lot of good data there. So that is the main piece of the presentation. Here's the timeline again. This is continuing the conversation, and we're hoping to come back sometime this summer to get authorization to get this onto the ballot. That is the end of that presentation. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, and we are close to the end here, so just that budget timeline moving forward tonight, May 5th. So coming to commission May 19th, which is earlier than previous years, to discuss the CIP, which would allow us additional time in June for CIP discussions. That city manager's proposed budget in July, establishing the revenue neutral rate, September 1, budget and revenue neutral rate public hearings, and then budget and CIP adoption in mid-September. So we do have some policy questions for the commission this evening that I can go through now, or wait?
Go ahead.
Okay. So the first one, is the commission comfortable with the updated revenue assumptions? Again, that property tax of 4% assessed valuation growth, and then approximately 4.5% for sales tax, which anticipates new growth. If there's continued commitment to the city's current pay structure. Does the commission support LDCFM Station 6 expansion through a mill levy increase? And then if not, where those reductions should come from to offset those costs? If there is additional information staff could provide during the budget process that the commission would like to see. And then if staff should move forward with putting an increase to the transit sales tax on the ballot.
Okay, do we have questions at this point?
One quick question, Ally, on the potential reductions by outcome, are we to assume that those reductions would result in some type of level of service change?
Yes.
Okay. For the most part, at least down one?
Yes.
Other questions at this point?
In terms of the sales tax, in the last presentation, it was 2.6%. Now it's 4.5, which is 75% change in 2 months. Is that anticipating, new large west side growth? I mean, can you help me understand that big of a jump?
Yeah, so it is a combination of how we ended 2025. Yes, and then we just received a report, I think, yesterday or late last week. So we have received a couple more reports, so based off of the historical trends that we are seeing, as well as, yes, increases for new development.
When we take a stab at that, in the past couple of years, I should have asked this question internally, so apologies. Out of the past 5 to 6 years, how many times have we been above that number versus below?
I'm sorry?
Yeah, so let's say we say it's 4.5, comes in at 3.5.
Yeah.
How often are we low, so it looks like we've exceeded what we're aiming for rather than missing the target?
I would have to go back and look at budget to actual. So we are, so for 2027, From a trend standpoint, we are showing still a less percentage growth than we have seen over the past couple years. The reason you're seeing such a dramatic increase to 4.5% is again due to that anticipated growth in sales tax from development, particularly a big box store. In 2025, we did, post-COVID, we had seen pretty high spikes that we continued to project that did not come to fruition.
I'm trying to, I mean, I'd have to look for sure. I think our first 3 years, we undershot, and then we overshot dramatically, and then we've been about on par the next year.
In terms of the balancing act, it looks like there's 350. How many people took it last year?
We had it open in like 2 separate occasions last year, and there were a little bit over 600 submissions, so less this year.
What makes it statistically valid?
It's not.
Okay.
But last year when we opened it up, the second time, we got, I mean, once there's a little more consternation about what might be there, it tends to drive.
Yes.
I think we got quite a few more. The first time around, did we
Yes.
have 352? I don't know.
That sounds right. I think it was like half and half.
Yeah.
And yes, usually when we do a presentation and open it back up, we get more participation.
And when did we open it last time, the second time? Was it after the city manager's budget?
Yes, that's correct. We presented the budget and then opened it again.
Yeah, that drove some things.
I have several questions, and I will be requesting probably quite a bit of data. But first, high level, with this process, is it my fellow commissioners and staff's assumption that we're just going to give what we're asking for, and then July 7th is when we start talking about it? Because I have a lot of questions and a lot of things that we should go over. So I don't see a budget calendar per se. So first, if you could answer that, when's your next assumption that you'll be talking about budget, not CIP?
Yes. So I think that's what we're looking for this evening, is how much does the commission want us to be in front of them? Historically, these at a high level, this is the amount, and the city manager's proposed budget is when departments heads usually come in, present, go over some highlights of some of the things that are in their budget. I don't think we currently have anything scheduled to come before then, but we can if that's the direction that we receive.
Well, some of the things that I would like to discuss, first, we are getting a wage analysis. I'd like to see that wage analysis in open meeting. I would hope that we can talk to the consultant about some best practices. If we're going to be using market rate, I'm going to have questions on, we don't have a compa ratio. I'd like to get one still, which it's not hard to get once they've already got their assumptions. But along those lines, I'm going to want to talk about a lot of things as it pertains to staff, health insurance. I believe we're getting a new broker. I'd like to find out what we're doing in terms of mitigating cost for health insurance. Additionally, I'd like to hear what kind of replacement schedule we have for equipment. I'm going to want a presentation on the expansion of the fire station. I've had many conversations with our fire staff, and I want to have a conversation about our police officers and possibly what we can do. As I've talked about, I'm interested in a drug task force. I'd like to know where we are with our jail housing fees. They're quite high in comparison. I'd like to know what we're doing about those. I'd like to have a conversation about additional revenues potential. We've got a lot of public property that we own with the opening of the MSO campus. What are we doing with the property that's being vacated? Potential pilots, potential false alarm fees, hazmat incidents. Do we charge for those with the responsible party? So all of these could potentially be portions of the next several public meetings, so we're not inundating everybody. I think I want to know this information, but I think our public also would like to know this information. Certainly offline, if we need to talk further about how that looks, I'm happy to do that, but obviously my fellow commissioners would need to agree to all of that. I'm also interested in general about finding out about vacancy rates. We receive a vacancy savings every month. I'm used to seeing what that savings is and where that gets allocated in operations. When we start talking about a place for everyone, have a conversation about what additional resources that endeavor requires, specifically public safety. So I'm going to ask for data as it pertains to responses to, maybe we clear a camp and we've got folks that have additional medical needs that we're more aware of maybe. Certainly we've got the mental health issues. We've got the community shelter. I'd like to see what our responses are. I've heard anecdotally that fire responds out to LCS 2, 3, 4 times a night. I don't know if that's correct. I'd like to know what that number is. We've decided as a community that we're going to support our vulnerable folks. Let's get a clear picture of what that looks financially. So that's everything that I have thus far. Certainly open to what my fellow commissioners think.
Other questions? I have a couple things, and piggyback on a few of those. I know we have the pay study coming. I believe it's supposed to come at the end of May or early June. Do we have a date for that?
I saw the final report today. So we'll work with the consultant on getting that scheduled.
So the next meeting or two?
Yeah, we'll have to work with Dr. McGrath, but.
Yeah. So that obviously is a big part of it.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a
But we
big
could
part.
maybe incorporate some other budgetary conversations around it.
And I guess, Commissioner Pulliam, a lot of the things you had questions about, which, certainly understand those questions. I think the biggest one I heard, which is one of the ones you started on, which is you want to have a discussion about expansion 6. I mean, clearly, the budget assumes there's going to be an expansion 6. So if we want to have a discussion about whether or not we're going to do the expansion, then we definitely need to do that sooner rather than later, because the budget looks vastly different if we do or don't do that.
So for me personally, I am in favor of the expansion. My only question is this $4.5 million is going to the operations of the expansion in 27 when the building is not to be online until 2029. We have briefly touched on it, but I think let's have a larger conversation, maybe. Vacancy, what are we going to do with the vacancies? I think it deserves a broader conversation, but it's not whether or not we're going to expand or not. For me personally, if that helps clarify, we are saying 3 mills to start funding the operations of something that's not going online until 2029. I'm not here to say that we shouldn't or we should. I need more information.
So is there someone here that can, I mean, I do believe we've had this presentation before, but is there someone here from LDCFM that wants to speak to that?
Well, if I can start, and then I'll let Chief and his team, if they have anything that they want to add. So when we talk about the expansion, again, we are talking about, I would say three components. We have our first component, which are FTEs that we currently employ that are covered due to a one-time increase in revenue from the county. And so we have to figure out how to pay our portion of those employees starting in 2027. Then you have recruit classes that they would spread out over time. It's my understanding there would be some folks hired in 2027, and then the rest of the folks hired in 2028.
And I guess.
So, I'm sorry, Mayor, but I guess if there is direction from the commission to show that spread out, we can certainly do that. We've just always talked about it as one lump sum, I guess.
We can let Chief or someone respond as well. The other part to me is we took one of the fire trucks out of commission for this year and added the ambulance. At least for me, my hope was to add back that fire truck. We used to have 2 fire trucks in Station 5 and get that back up in operation even before Station 6 opened. When Station 6 opens, that truck moves to Station 6. But along with paying our share of the county, going ahead and getting that truck, that truck that we shut down last year back in operation, maybe we can't fully staff it 24/7 because we don't have enough recruits, but we could, we could get it up and running for one of the shifts, but anyway, Chief could.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. Yeah, just kind of your conversation. Our plan was to hire an academy in 2027 and then one in 2028. That's going to accommodate 15 new firefighters to staff Station 6. And so currently it takes 23 firefighters to staff that station, but we've kept 8 for Medic 6 that the county contributed back to for this year. So 23 minus that 8 is 15. Now, we could be flexible if we were going to do 2 classes in 1 year. It's just about the timing of how long it takes. We've had a 12-week academy just recently graduated, and so that was a team of 11. Our largest we've had is 14. And so, looking at those challenges we have, that's not counting anybody that we lose between now and then as well. So on top of those 15, we could have additional depending on what kind of retirements or what we have in the future. But there is some flexibility.
So I think really ultimately my overarching concern is if we need 3 mills to lump sum it, fund it all at once, obviously you're going to have one, I think you have one recruitment class a year?
That's usually what we've done in the past.
Okay. And what cost approximately? Like the cost to hold the recruitment, what would you say?
So this year, we cut back our costs this year because we used our training division to actually do that instead of pulling people off of our operations to come off the line and pay overtime to staff those. And so this year was a little different. We made a major cut to that. But in the past, I don't know, Tyler, I don't have a number right.
Okay, that's all right.
But we do have numbers, though. We are keeping track of that. So I can get back with you on that.
That would be great. And the reason I'm asking that is what if we hold 2 recruitment classes?
Sure.
The first one that you typically do to fill the vacancies that you have through the normal operations throughout the year, and then the second one to begin starting with the 2027 recruitment efforts for the 2029. I know that what you guys have to do in terms of filling vacancies is arduous, but if we tax for 3 mills for the entirety and we don't fill them, what are we doing with those vacancies? That's somewhat rhetorical, but I do believe I want to see more information on vacancies across the entire organization, not just fire. So if I could get that data as I think we should spread it out for sure. I think we should space it out, but let's look at the whole picture.
Sure, and we can gather those numbers. Just FYI, we are in double digits for our members that are in the drop program, and so keeping that in mind, they don't we don't communicate with them like saying, are you going to retire? When are you going to retire?
Sure.
So that's what we'd say. But we do have numbers as far as like what are the possibilities on people that could retire within that time frame. So we can get those numbers.
That would be great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
If you might explain DROP program, I don't know if our new commissioners are.
I'll take an explanation on that, yeah.
It's just, the DROP program allows us to keep retention of employees for longer. They can sign a contract of up to 3 years to be able to go in contract, but they don't have to stay that time.
Just to be clear, they can retire and stay working for 3 years after retirement and kind of double dip under the DROP program.
And it's limited to public safety.
Yeah.
And are we KPNF?
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah. So while you're up there, can you talk about false alarms? That was another.
Yeah.
That you would.
I actually do have some numbers. We can talk about that.
Yeah.
So Commissioner Polian, to the question related to false alarms, the past several years there has been conversation around charging for false alarm fees. We're still running the incident data for 2025 to look at where we are citywide for false alarm fees. What I do have, or false alarm numbers, what I do have for 2024, we had 891 commercial false alarms, which encompasses commercial businesses plus multifamily, so apartment complexes, 524 for the University of Kansas, 162 residential, which is classified as 1 or 2 family properties, and then 2 for Haskell. Of those, commercial, the 891, 702 were repeat fire alarms, so those would be eligible for false alarm fees. KU was 497. Repeat alarms in residential was 29. Haskell did not have any repeat alarms. We have taken steps over the past year to drastically reduce our false alarm responses to the University of Kansas dormitories, and we are continuing to work with them, housing and KU facilities and KU police, to expand that to more buildings on campus. So we anticipate our KU alarms to continue to drop. The fee schedule has not been looked at over the past year, as I think, I'm not sure, maybe Casey can speak to where it kind of ended in the process. I know at one point it was with the city attorney's office and then came back to us. So those are all conversations that we could ramp back up. But again, our intent specifically with KU, because it is a high driver of alarms, is to continue for that number to trend downward as we continue to collaborate with them on creative solutions.
So you said 891 commercial false alarms. I have to assume your response to a business looks a little different than if you were responding to a home. Is that accurate? This is really for curiosity purposes.
Yeah. We have 2 levels of fire alarms. We did have 2 levels of fire alarms up until January 1 of this year. We had a level 1 fire alarm where we may send virtually, it's the same complement as a structure fire response that we do send to a lot of commercial businesses. With the reduction of an engine this year, we have downgraded our response to all fire alarms in the city to just be 1 truck, with the understanding that that company officer can upgrade that response for additional resources. So there is some calls in that data set where you may be getting what we would consider a structure fire response.
Okay, and I only ask that in the event when we start looking at fee structures, I think maybe commercial might look different. And to everybody, I would be paying a false alarm fee, so I'm not trying to penalize anybody. I'm penalizing myself. So, but I think it's a good idea that we do that. And I'm not opposed to looking at the university differently. Obviously, you guys have been working together. There's things that we still have to work towards, and that's a little bit of a different ballgame, but I'm good on that. I would love to implement something though for 2027. I'm not just trying to cut expense. I do believe there's opportunity for revenue here. User fee revenue. I should pay $100 because you've come out to my house both times because of my cooking. So don't ever eat my food, apparently. But can we get that can we get that implemented? Are you confident in that?
I think I'm confident I can go back and work with our team and check, like Tyler said, find out where our negotiations stopped the last time. I think my recollection is we kind of had done a lot of work with fire, but then we have police alarm fees as well. So
Absolutely.
I think that may be where we didn't complete our task. So I'm confident we can go back and look at it and incorporate something in our recommended budget.
Great. That's my hope.
One other thing you said piqued my interest. Do we still use, I think at one point, since I've been on the commission, we went from like using 1% vacancy to 3% vacancy in our budget numbers. Are we still using 3%?
Yeah, 97% is what we, so a 3% vacancy. Yeah, sorry, I said it the other way.
I'm sure those numbers, you can put dollar amounts to that for Commissioner Napoleon, but I remember we made that change at one point.
And then additionally, I'd like to know, so if we're using a 3% vacancy rate, I'd also like to know what kind of OT we have coming in to compensate for those vacancies. Are we actually getting a cost savings here?
Question on transit, real quick. And I will say that I only read the newspaper articles, so I don't know anything more than that. Did the recent change in the RFP process for the school district on their transit, does that reveal anything about which direction costs are going? Or have you looked at that?
I haven't looked at it. They're pretty different sectors. All the agencies are splitting up, so we can certainly look into it. And our consultant that we'll be working with at no cost to us through our purchasing department will also help us explore options in the market like that.
Okay, thank you.
Ally? I think I'd be comfortable asking you for your tenure of managing budget. I can't see you, but that's okay. Some of us are taller than others. It's all right. I'm interested, as we sit here and talk about any potential cuts that we need to make, I want to know what police cuts have had to be made over the tenure. I think you've been 3 years.
Yes.
I'd like to know what fire has suffered through, Parks and Rec. I want to see what cuts in terms of employees over the past 3 years. I think we need some high-level conversations, again, when we talk about certain programs that we are supporting. They will require ancillary resources along with that. So I would like that high-level conversation, and as well as finding out, what cuts we have made and if those cuts are appropriate for what we have in place right now.
Commissioner, I do just want to point out that we did include the slide that had for 1 year, for this year, all of the cuts by department. Are you looking for explanation of the service level reductions behind those dollar amounts? Or just the dollar amount?
Overall effect, because do we have 2025 KPIs? Do we have those anywhere? We're talking about service levels here. If we're going to make cuts, we had cuts in 2025, right? Let's see what those effects are. I can narrow it down more for you, but if we're going to do priority-based budgeting and base everything on programs, then we need to know what these KPIs look like. I would gather that the large amount of police officers that we have in here tonight, they might have a few things to say about the cuts that have been made in the past. I think we need to know what that looks like, not just for last year, but for 3 years. Because
luckily, we do just have our survey, which, some of our KPIs are, FBI statistics, so we always have those. And then some of our KPIs are, feelings of safety, survey. So we just got those results back that I know we're looking into the KPIs. So good timing on those questions.
Yes.
Okay, other questions before we open it up for public comment?
Just real quick to clarify, under Planning and Development Services, the shift personnel into Housing Trust Fund, Is that just taking the FTE and moving it into trust fund dollars and not general fund?
That's correct.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
And just for clarity, everything listed under the potential reductions affect the general fund?
Yes.
With that exception, right?
With that exception.
I mean, it impacts both. It is a reduction to the general fund and an increase to the sales tax.
Sales tax.
Or housing trust fund. You're tracking me, right?
Yes.
It would, okay.
I'm picking up what you're throwing down.
Okay, I'm sure we'll have questions after everyone speaks. We'll now open it up for public comment. The public has 3 minutes to speak.
Eric Hyde, 66046. I'd want to say first that I'm very impressed with Amber Sellers, with Commissioner Amber Sellers, I'm sorry, Mike Dever, Commissioner Mike Dever, and Mayor Brad Finkeldye. I also wanted to say that I didn't hear, I missed the beginning. I might run over a minute and a half, I'm sorry. But I'm not gonna come, I don't plan on coming back much for a while because I got a job to do soon once I get hired at Home Depot. Anyway, so I can relax a little bit now, thank you. What was I gonna say? Oh, it's Cinco de Mayo Day. I didn't hear that in the beginning of the meeting. I was out there, so I didn't hear it. It's Cinco de Mayo Day. May 5th. All right. I filed my declaration of intent to run for Lawrence City Commission today on Cinco de Mayo Day. My wife is Portuguese, Hispanic, and Mexican, which is mostly Mexican and Spanish or whatever. Let's see here. Oh, the next topic. Here's my son. He's beautiful. You can't see it there, but that's why I want to get home. I'm irritated listening to you guys running your mouths. All right, sorry. Here's my platform. A French philosopher named Jean Baudrillard said this: the great person is ahead of their time. The smart make something out of it, and the blockhead sets themselves against it. Now, we've all been all of those. My campaign is this in bullets, and I encourage you all to adopt this.
We need to focus on the budget here.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes.
I extremely apologize.
Yeah, okay.
Mayor,
Thank you.
I thought we were at public comment.
Yep, sorry. Thanks.
Christina McKenna, 66046. I have an image, please. Our coalition would like to share some longitudinal analysis of the city's personnel expenses to inform your budget deliberations. As the city manager had pointed out in your last budget discussion, personnel costs are a big part of the city's operating budget because it's a service-based organization. For this year, about 67% of your general fund covers personnel costs. Our residents benefit greatly from the service city staff provides, and their work is vital to our community functioning well. It's important for the city to have enough staff and to pay them appropriate and competitive salaries. In spite of that, our research suggests that increases in the city's payroll costs over the last 6 years might not be sustainable in light of the budget deficits the city has faced multiple years in a row. In total, the city's personnel expenses increased 40% from $90 million to $126 million between 2020 and 2026. These increases in personnel costs are due to 5 main variables. The city currently has 931 full-time equivalent employees, which is 77 more than in 2020. On average, each FTE's salary and benefits cost the city about $130,000 a year. So 77 additional employees could account for about $10 million in annual costs. The city's been providing annual wage adjustments to all staff. In 2026, city staff received a 3% wage adjustment, and city staff is proposing another 2.5% wage adjustment next year. In 22 and 23, the city increased many staff salaries to what their consultants identified as market rate in order to make these salaries more comparable to similar positions in other communities. The city's union employees also receive a 5% step compensation each year for the first 10 years of their employment if they meet their job expectations. Non-union staff have also received substantial annual raises for the last 2 years. In all the budget documents and agenda items we've examined, we have only been able to find references to market rate pay and annual wage adjustments for these employees. Tonight's presentation is the first that clearly mentions a possible step compensation for these staff members, but we've yet to find a documentation of a pay structure for non-union employees that would explain the size of their raises in the last few years. Finally, the proposed 27 general fund budget before you tonight anticipates an additional 13% increase in personnel costs in just 1 year, partially due to substantial increases in the city's healthcare expenses. We know it's important to pay our city staff well, and we know it's important for payroll costs to increase at a sustainable rate that our community can afford, and that's the concern, sustainability. Thank you.
Holly Krebs, 66046, and I have an image as well. Increases in staff salaries is one of several reasons for the city's rising personnel expenses. To understand how these changes relate to our city's recent budget challenges, our coalition's researchers analyzed the salaries of the 250 top-paid current city employees. It is important to note that we studied about a fourth of the city's total staff because the manual data transcription for our analysis was so time-intensive. For the employees we didn't study, we believe city staff could run automated payroll reports to determine if all employees benefited equally from the salary increases that I'm presenting about tonight. Our research revealed that the base salaries of the city's 250 top-paid employees ranged from $96,000 to $278,000 last year. For comparison, the median household income for Lawrence, which can include more than one income earner, is currently $65,000. We also looked at how these employees' salaries had changed between 2020 and 25. We identified a group of employees whose salaries we could compare because they had been employed since 2020, hadn't changed positions, and did not appear to be subject to union agreements. We discovered that these 42 employees' salaries increased an average of 37% during a 5-year period, for an average total increase of $36,000 per employee. For comparison, the city reports that incomes for Lawrence residents only increased 3% during an even longer period of 7 years, between 2018 and 2025. Some of the city's salary increases were due to market rate adjustments in 2022 and 2023 in order to make staff salaries comparable to other cities' employees. During these years, more than 75% of the city's top-paid non-union staff members got raises of 6 to 20%, or even more, 2 years in a row. By 2024, the city was done making these market rate adjustments, but the staff we analyzed continued to get substantial wages, larger than the general wage adjustments approved for all city staff. In 2024, the City Commission approved a 2.5% adjustment for all employees, and in 2025, they approved a 1% adjustment. But during these years, more than 70% of the city's top-paid non-union employees received substantially greater raises of 6 to 13%, or even more. During the last 2 years, the city's union employees were able to expect salary increases of around 7.5% per year because their agreements include the general wage adjustment and a 5% step compensation annually if they meet their job expectations. We have not been able to find any official documentation of the city's current pay structure for non-union employees, but we suspect the city has been offering similar step raises for these employees in the last few years too. Our city staff are valuable. They deserve to be well compensated for the work. And we believe the Commission should evaluate their current practices for salary increases as part of their complete consideration of the 2027 budget to guarantee that these salary increases are financially sustainable for our community. Time. Thank you.
John M. 66049. I have an image. The Coalition for Collaborative Governance also analyzed Lawrence's 2025 payroll costs compared to the other 8 largest cities in Kansas in order to provide some up-to-date market comparisons. Kansas City, Kansas was not included because they've combined city and county governments. In 2025, the city's per capita payroll costs were the highest among Kansas' largest cities. The average payroll cost for the 9 biggest cities in Kansas was about $650 per resident. Lawrence topped that list by $815 per resident. This number is more striking when you compare these cities' median household incomes. Lawrence and all other cities outside of Johnson County currently have median household incomes of $65,000 or less. All Johnson County cities have median household incomes exceeding $100,000, yet they spend an average of 33% less per capita on payroll than Lawrence. Second image, please. Lawrence has more employees per capita than all peer communities except Salina. However, Lawrence has greater than 20% more employees than 5 of the other 8 Kansas cities. These numbers indicate that our city is paying more employees than comparable communities, and the city's recent budget challenges suggest that the city has hired more employees than they can sustainably afford. The coalition's research also shows that the city has given repeated annual raises that have largely outpaced inflation. The vast majority of the city's 250 top-paid union and non-union employees received raises of 6% or more each of the last 2 years, and many received similar increases in the previous 2 years. To consistently offer annual wage increases of 6 to 8% or more, the city must bring in 6 to 8% more in revenue annually. The city has mostly been covering these increased costs through substantial but abnormal increases in property tax valuations, utility fees, and federal funds. The city expects the results of an up-to-date market comparison study soon when the commission compares their employee salaries to these peer communities. We believe it would be valuable to also compare their median household incomes because wealthier communities have greater capacity to fund higher public salaries. Given the nationwide affordable crisis and our community's level of poverty, we believe the city revenue sources are maxed out for our community and that the city's current pace of salary increases is likely unsustainable. We're grateful the city provides good-paying jobs for Lawrence residents. However, given our findings, we suggest the commission more thoroughly examine all elements of their personnel expenses, including staff size, general wage adjustments, and other raises. We hope that the city uses this payroll research to inform future budget changes that are sustainable for our community. Thank you.
Good evening, Commission. Mariel Ferredo, coming to you as a community member, but also a member of the Affordable Housing Advisory Board and one of the architects of A Place for Everyone. There was a proposed reduction for homelessness services and a request to shift personnel costs to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. And I would, as a community member and as someone who has worked in affordable housing and advocated for homelessness rights for a very long time, would just like to express my deep concern with that particular move. Your commitment as commission to A Place for Everyone is incredibly important, and your commitment to addressing the needs for affordable housing and homelessness services should be maintained throughout the process of us trying to identify how we can best meet that. Reduction in cost or utilizing funds, reallocating funds to fit personnel costs is not the solution for us. Specifically with the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, those funds were created and allocated for not only putting units on the ground, but for the community well-being of affordable housing. We absolutely need staff and personnel to be able to help us run those programs, to be able to effectively utilize the trust, but taking taxpayer dollars and moving that to personnel costs would not only decrease the ability for us to provide more affordable housing units, but would also slow our ability to meet the goals of the A Place for Everyone. Reducing costs in the homelessness space would also jeopardize the work that we have been striving to do for not just since the A Place for Everyone was created, but for decades. And so I know that there are a lot of tough decisions ahead of you. I know that there will be a lot of community members analyzing how to effectively
supply funding for staff and personnel, but this is not the route. I appreciate city staff working diligently to try to find solutions, but our Affordable Housing Trust Fund is for affordable housing, is for affordable solutions. Our homeless services solutions need to be funded, and there are community members whose livelihoods would be put at stake if you decide to reallocate those funds or to reduce those funds. So I ask that not be a consideration as you look at budget cuts, and I thank you for your time. Thank you.
Howard Callahan, 66044. I worked in homeless services for about a third of my life now. So back in 2005, homelessness became the big deal. And the city commission allocated, I think, a standing like $400,000 to $500,000 a year to staff case management and care coordinator positions through Bert Nash. That practice ran for a good long while up until 2024, as far as I understand. There's never been a time that we haven't needed more case managers and care coordinators. If the city pulls back the funds for that, which there are any number of reasons why you might, well, actually, any time that services are gate-kept or withdrawn, that pulls on the sweat equity of every organization and community member that's trying to support the population. I think that gets overlooked a lot. If the contract funding gets removed and the city decides to go a different direction with those services, I hope that that's examined closely. I can say confidently that we need more care coordinators and more case managers to actually address the needs of the population that are in this community. I have many criticisms of how the current systems are functioning, not necessarily germane to the budget conversation, but whatever decisions end up getting made, we need people working together across systems, and the more that city services retract, the more that load falls on community members, the population being impacted, and the other agencies that will step in and try to fill those gaps, oftentimes beyond their scope of care. Thank you.
Hello, Melinda Ball, 046. Here are a broad spectrum of budget improvements options suggested by members of the Coalition for Collaborative Governance, which could help balance the city's budget with fewer service reductions. We request that you consider these suggestions offered by your constituents and identify ones that seem most feasible and financially beneficial to developing a sustainable budget for 27 and beyond. As it was already discussed, the new fire station is not expected to be fully operational until 29. While the fire department will need some funding in the next 2 years to start training new staff, it will not need all $4.5 million next year. Staff expect Costco and the KU Gateway project to increase sales tax revenues, so the city could fund the fire department's smaller 27 budgetary needs, while we learn how much new sales tax revenue will be generated by these new commercial developments. Additional ideas include, related to taxes, implement an intangibles tax on interest, dividends, and insecurities transactions. Post-World Cup, retain the higher transient guest tax and reallocate some revenue to the Parks and Rec Department. Negotiate payment in lieu of taxes with KU and other tax-exempt institutions. Add land value tax and commercial vacancy tax tools to the city's economic development policy. Implement a fixed minimal tax for developers based on the city's services their project require. Related to increased revenues, increase popular Parks and Rec programs and examine other revenue generating and cost savings in the city's Parks and Rec master plan, negotiate the city's fiber agreements, reinstate bus fares, contractually bill KU for specific police and emergency service calls. For payroll costs, examine the 77 new FTEs since added 2020, freeze hiring for staff vacancies, freezing general wage adjustments and or salary increases for 1 to 3 years, apply to staff who meet the city's designated salary range per next compensation study coming up soon, evaluate the cost of consultants and subcontractors versus hiring in-house staff and costs and benefits of staff overtime, enroll in the state health care exchange, evaluate the health insurance premium percentages. Other suggestions for reducing fire department expense include renegotiate the city-county fire agreement for more equitable cost sharing and consider build a smaller ambulance station instead of a full fire station since most calls are medical. Budget reductions require City Lawrence Community Shelter to increase independent fundraising and pausing arts and culture project for the time being. We hope you consider adding some of these options. Thank you.
Am I driving or does somebody over here have the slides?
Somebody over here.
Okay. So Tim Hamilton, it would be the one that starts off with that image.
Do you have those, Kurt?
I do.
Okay.
Okay, now, Tim, you can drive now.
Okay. Tim Hamilton, 66044. So much of what has happened here is a large chunk of the general operating budget, as we saw at Ally's tables that were put up there, is that personnel is 71 million, at least as of the 2026 budget. So in 2018, I'm going to take you in the Wayback Machine how we got here. In 2018, the McGrath Company economists were hired to do this compensation study. They issued this study in 2019. Apparently, they're doing it again at the end of this month. The reason why this was done back in 2018, these were the problems the city had. There was a high turnover rate. There was a problem with recruitment. There was stagnant wages. Workers were not necessarily getting pay increases. So they issued this summary. I'm not going to read this summary because it's going to take all of my time if I do. Long story short, there was a lot of compression in the salaries and there were a lot of low wages that were there. Compression meaning the supervisor was getting about the same wage as some of the lower workers. So as a result, to sort of solve those problems, you needed to bump those wages up. So what the McGrath economists did is they started to compare wages of comparable positions with peer cities, comparable cities. And here are the cities that they came up with. This is taken from their actual report, and you can see you've got Oklahoma City in there, you've got Norman, Oklahoma, you've got Wichita, do not have Emporia, do not have Leavenworth, have Independence, Missouri, don't have Raytown, have Columbia, Missouri. If you take all of these cities and you stack them by what the median income was at the time in 2018, this is how it shakes out. And what I really want to focus everybody's attention on is the far right-hand column. What I did is said, for every city where their median income, this is not average income, median income is 10% or greater than what the Lawrence income is, map those out, and you can see Olathe was 80% higher income, Overland Park 66%, Johnson County proper 65%. So you had a lot of really high wealthier cities that were being surveyed. Those wealthier cities pay much higher wages. So that may have been somewhat of a defective pool with which these were drawn from. So how do you arrive at that? Well, here's what the McGrath study says. Let's focus on the very bottom. The department directors in the city were asked, what cities and positions should we look at? Well, that's very self-serving. No one is going to direct you to a low-income environment where those wages are going to be low. So my point is that you sort of had a very self-serving pool with which to draw the market rate to begin with. And maybe that is not the best move to make. I hope we get the full copy of the wage report that's coming and make it available to the taxpayers. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Brandy Green, 66046. I'm a staff member at Liberty Memorial Central Middle School, and I'm also a foster parent. I'm here tonight in support of the SRO program and to hopefully provide a unique perspective on how important the program is to our kids and to our community as a whole. School resource officers are, above all else, a powerfully positive relationship with a trusted adult in our community's kids. The SRO at my school knows every single kid's names. He eats lunch with them. He shows up for them. He finds ways to joke around with them and connect with them. And then when they need him, they trust him. And he sits down with them and he's available to them. He's consistent and he's a trusted adult in a building full of kids who often do not have enough trusted adults. I see this importance of these relationships every day at school, but I also see them at home. I have a daughter who came to my home through foster care, and when she arrived, she was absolutely terrified of police officers, and she had every reason to be because police officers had removed her from her home and from her birth mom. Her fear was deep and it was real, but over time, through her relationship with her SRO at school, something shifted. She began to see that officers could be safe people and kind people and people who show up for you. And she's not afraid anymore. And she knows if she ever needs help, she can ask. And that gives me so much peace. I have watched that same transformation happen for so many kids in our building. Kids from families with complicated relationships with law enforcement have negative feelings about the police and are hesitant to ask for help when they need it. A positive relationship with an SRO in their school building gives them the confidence to ask for help and removes the fear of interacting with the police when they inevitably have to. And that has a lasting and powerful effect. When a child grows up trusting the people who serve their community, they become an adult who is part of their community. They look out for their neighbors and they cooperate, they engage, and they give back. This is what this program builds. It's not just safer schools, it's better citizens, a stronger Lawrence in the moment, but also a stronger Lawrence long term. We currently have 4 SROs covering 20 schools. We thought, on track to get back to the 6 that we need. I want to be very direct with you about what cutting to 2 actually means, because it's not just a smaller version of the program, it's basically the end of it. Everything I've described tonight, the trust, the relationships, the daily presence that changes how a child sees the world, none of that happens if an officer is spread across 10 buildings. You cannot know a kid's name, let alone change their life, if you're never in the same building long enough to be a part of their life. 2 officers cannot meet the basic needs of 20 schools, let alone build the kind of community that this program is capable of building. 6 is what we need, and 2 is not a compromise. It's a program in name only. Budgets are clearly complicated. I've listened to so much tonight, but the SRO program is not the place to make cuts. Thank you so much.
Sorry, I'm a little taller than she was. Dan Affolter, 66046. I'm also a school resource officer and a police and civilian response to an active shooter instructor. 3 minutes is the national average for police response to an active shooter event. I ask you to watch the timer as I talk about the importance of not cutting the police department budget, which reduces the amount of SROs from 6 to 2. Over the last several years, the budget for the police department has been cut, slowly decreasing the amount of officers and the availability to respond to calls in a timely manner. In a city where the calls for service are going up and the severity of the calls are also going up, we shouldn't be looking at saving money with the safety of those that live or visit Lawrence. Focusing on the school resource officers and the effects they have on school safety. SROs help prevent school threats by building relationships in the schools. These relationships can't be built by reducing the number of SROs. I currently cover 7 schools. Last year I covered 3 schools. The increase in schools covered was because of previous budget cuts and us having to reduce the number of SROs. Fortunately, I already had relationships with 3 of the schools prior to the reduction. My time has been split between 2 middle schools, 3 elementary schools, an early childhood center, and Pinckney Community Corrections. Splitting my time between these schools is hard enough, but if another SRO is out sick or at training, then we have to help with their schools as well. So that brings me to 10 schools. It is not sustainable and manageable. So what do we do if we only have 2 SROs for 20 schools? We have to rely on the patrol officers to respond to the schools. This pulls them away from calls within the city. SROs also attend specific training to better train them for their job being in the schools. In these trainings, you learn about restorative practices, how the juvenile brain works in its development. We also learn about how to assess the buildings and make suggestions to improve security. SROs work with their assigned schools during drills and help to teach and suggest ways to make them more efficient and safer. SROs not only better the security of the school, they help to teach and inform the students in the school. Some of the classes I teach are internet safety, the dangers of vapes and other drugs. We teach about the amendments and the rights for the students. We also teach about bullying and cyberbullying. These are all valuable lessons that are not part of the normal lessons in school. As we are in the last minute, think about sitting in a classroom scared, hiding, wondering if you'll get to see your family again. You might start to hear the sirens in the distance if you're able to get out of the building and run. If the budget wasn't cut and the SROs were in the building, this could have been over already. But because of budget cuts, we weren't there. That will be really hard to explain to a family on why their child isn't coming home. Sorry, we had to cut the budget. We couldn't have made it work. We could have made it work by increasing the mill. We could have cut the budget elsewhere, but we decided to cut the budget from the police because safety isn't as important to us. Please take the remainder of my time and watch the timer go down and think about how the student and teacher feels sitting in silence, hiding, waiting for that first officer to arrive on scene. That officer is now on scene.
Time.
Scared I wasn't going to be able to see over it, but I can.
You could lower it.
Lower it.
Use the button right there.
A little more.
Push the button and hold.
If I
Hold
break
it for a second.
it.
There you go.
Sorry, Chief. Lower it down a little bit. Okay. Good evening. My name is Alyssa 66049, and I am a paramedic for a busy 911 service, not local. I am also a mother to 2 children with 1 on the way. Despite those, I will start by speaking tonight in the role of a Lawrence police officer's wife with my brothers and sisters behind me. In the last year, my husband has missed birthdays, holidays, and other events, but after each missed event, he has still come home. His ability to safely come home is due to the strategy that our officers use to de-escalate a situation and have multiple officers on a scene quickly. The crime in this town is only increasing in the last 5 years, and our sworn officers' numbers are only decreasing. On an average in-progress police 911 call, the officers needed are at least 2. Not only is this considered a backup officer, this is also my husband's lifeline and vice versa. If our numbers are decreased, there will be less availability to fill those secondary roles. I'd like to speak now as a mother. 2 of my children are in your public school system with an officer available for their safety. Due to the budget cuts, the chance of an officer being at a school where an active shooter may happen is highly unlikely. If there is not an officer at the school, the responding officers will be coming from patrol. If this budget cut happens, you are losing those patrol numbers. Visiting downtown with my kids has been great recently due to the increased foot patrol design to that area. With this budget cut, that will be gone. Now, I work on an ambulance. I understand the need for additional personnel, but the safety of 911 personnel matter too. Officers also respond to fire and medical calls. Additionally, our officers' mental health matters. If we are only increasing 911 volume, the mental load our officers carry and absorb is going to drastically get worse. The PD has cut their budget millions of dollars, including 20 officers over the last couple of years. As a medic, I've gone without new equipment, staffing issues, and damaged vehicles, but what I've never gone without is an officer on scene to ensure my safety. That assurance is and will dwindle with the removal of these initial officer roles. If an ambulance is staging for an officer and there's no officer to respond, there will be no medical help. They will not go until it is safe, respectfully. This shows how we all depend on each other, and it is not one versus the other. My final statement I'd like for you to make or to take home is please do not take away my husband's safety and my kids' safety because of budget. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Amy Rhodes. I'm a city employee for the last 24 years. I currently serve in the role as a lieutenant for the police department. I'm here tonight to ask you to take a step back and consider the bigger public safety picture, not just this year's budget, but the pattern we've seen over time. Each budget cycle, we hear the same message, an urgent need on the fire side requiring more staffing, more funding, and immediate action. And each year, those needs are met, and often pulling from other city departments. The police department is no different and has absorbed repeated cuts. We've eliminated positions, reduced programs, and stretched resources as far as possible. Last year alone, we lost 4 sworn officers, including 2 command positions. The prior 2 years, we reduced staffing and made large budget cuts to the organizational police budget. So the question becomes, is this truly a resource problem or a resource allocation problem? From my perspective, it's less about lack of personnel and more about how existing personnel are deployed. Many fire departments across the country, including fire departments in nearby Johnson County, operate effectively with fewer staff per unit. Yet here, that conversation continues to be dismissed, and the alternative is to reduce police services, which directly impacts the safety of this community. This is not about police versus fire. Both are essential, and I value the strong relationship that we share with LDCFM. But public safety is not one-sided, and it should not be funded that way. I also want to be very clear, this ongoing cycle of police doing less with less is absurd. We are actually doing more with less, and it's not just affecting operations, it's affecting our personnel. Our officers are handling increasing demands with fewer resources, facing complex, high-stress situations every day, and over time, that leads to burnout, fatigue, strain on mental health, and those impacts don't just stay internally. They affect decision-making, performance, and the level of service we provide to this community. And again, now we are being asked to make additional cuts while demand for police services continue to grow. Simply put, it's not sustainable. If this path continues, you're not just balancing a budget, you're going to redefine public safety in the Lawrence community. Before making those decisions, I urge you to fully examine all options, including adjustments to existing fire staffing models, so the burden is not placed disproportionately on one side of public safety. Because once these cuts are made, the impact will be immediate, and it will be felt by every officer that works the streets and every citizen who depends on us when they call for help. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Good evening. My name's D. Kemp. I am school security at Free State High School. I have been in this school district for 17 years, and I've worked with a lot of SROs. You might not hear this a lot, but Lawrence has been blessed that we have not had a school catastrophe like that's happening everywhere else. You know why we don't have that? Because we got SROs in them schools. We got policemen in them schools that care about those kids. They care about that staff just as much as I do. I'm there every day, and I put everything I can into it. I will always back these SROs up. I will back these policemen up because I know what they do when they come to those schools. We let people come in and make decisions on stuff that they have no clue about. They couldn't tell you one thing an SRO does in that school, but we want to take their jobs. We want to minimize that. It's not going to work. We need to find another way. Those kids in that building are my #1 priority. I tell every parent when I talk to them, I'm gonna send your kid back home to you the same way you sent them to me. The SROs at my school and every school has the same mentality. I know every one of them. I talk to every one of them. I talk to policemen all the time. We have to figure out another way. Just cutting them out is not gonna be it. Like that lady said before me, 20 schools in this district. And when you're gonna talk about putting it down to 2 people, it's not gonna work. Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Jerry Meyer, 66044. I've lived in Lawrence a little over 8 years. My previous life, I was a middle school principal for 26. That's where all my hair went. But I had the honor of working in Lawrence Public Schools for a semester this year, and I had the honor of working with 2 of the finest SRO officers I've ever worked with. I was one of the first middle school principals that ever had an SRO officer in the Topeka district. And what I found out when we worked with them, a lot of kids, especially on the east side of Topeka, and you think 30 years ago, when a police officer walked in, it was called the man. And there's a lot of reasons for it. It wasn't a good connotation most of the time. But what we found out, the more the police officer worked with them and the more they talked to them, the safer our schools became. And what happens a lot of times that an SRO officer has built the relationships with those students, that student will walk in and say, hey, officer so-and-so, somebody has a weapon in their backpack, he put it in his locker, she put it in the locker, and then the SRO officer, and we stop a lot of bad things from happening. So-and-so selling certain stuff out of the backpack. We know. We can find it. SRO officers build relationships that last, and it's a two-way street because guess what? We've helped solve breaking and enterings in our community because of what we work with kids through the SRO. Church break-ins in Topeka were solved with our SRO and working with kids. Major graffiti, and I'm talking $40,000 to $50,000 worth of damage, was solved because our SRO officers directly in the schools, and kids will come talk to them and tell them. And quite frankly, parents feel a lot better. This isn't 30 years ago. Remember, Columbine was 20-some years ago. It's changed. It's changed. The best thing, when somebody said, what's the best thing that happened to you as a middle school principal when I retired, said the best thing that happened to me was what didn't happen. Because every principal has nightmares about that. And I promise you, SRO officers help not have a nightmare. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Brad Bissey, 66049. I started my career with the Douglas County Sheriff's Office. I retired from the Lawrence Police Department. I, too, am a foster parent. My son, we got him when he was 3 weeks, 6 days old. He is now 10. He's on the autism spectrum. He's nonverbal. We met with one of his potential teachers at Billy Mills. We weren't happy about that. During that meeting with her in a common area, while we were talking to her, she had to stop and address a fight between two girls. We also have met with Eudora School District. We met with their middle school. We met both of their school resource officers. If you cut the school resource officers, the kids are not, it's going to be bad for the kids. Also, I mentioned that I was a Lawrence police officer. I haven't seen the increase in the vehicles speeding, running red lights. I know, too, if you drive on these streets, you guys have seen the same thing with the lawlessness that has occurred. Lawrence, we're in the middle of Topeka and Kansas City. We have that influence of all those outside agents, or those people that come into our community and disrupt that. I don't have a lot of words to say, so I'm going to cut my time short. But please just be considerate of the officers that go out there and have to do exactly what they said, would do more with less. I was one of those officers, and every time I hear lights and sirens, I think, is that somebody that I knew? Or what have you. I did not get the chance to work under the current chief, but I've heard good things about him from the officers that I still know and are considered still my friends. I do thank you for my time, or for your time. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Evan Curtis. I live in 66047, and I am a police officer here in town. I appreciate the work that goes into balancing a complex budget, and I appreciate your time, Mayor and council people. A lot of what I was going to say has already been said, so I'll just be clear that I am opposed to any budget deficit that would cause us to have to terminate any employees, not just at the police department. I started here in 2018, and it's been a rough couple of years since I started. We went through COVID, a number of mass retirements, and then year after year of budget cuts and officer positions that have been removed. And now, as Ali mentioned earlier, we are, in order to cover this $1 million additional budget cut on our end, we are looking at dismantling our downtown patrol, functionally ending our SRO program, and firing our entire community service technician staff. And I think that's really important that everyone understands that last year alone, our CSTs covered over 3,600 calls for service, and our SROs covered about 1,500 calls. That number could be way off, but that's, removing those programs, we're looking at adding an additional 5,000 calls for service onto an already taxed and thin patrol. And I don't know how they're going to fit in that many more calls. So that being said, I just, again, am opposed to any a deficit that's going to cause us to fire employees, not just at the police department, but across the city, so that we can go out and hire more employees. That just doesn't make sense to me. And I would assume that there are much better programs out there for us to look at. Public safety functions, as Lieutenant Rhodes mentioned earlier, as an integrated system, law enforcement, fire, service, EMS, we all work together. One does not work well without the other, and if we cannot sustain current services, we should not be expanding new ones at the same time. Given that, I would respectfully suggest 3 changes moving forward. First, I'd like to see us prioritize stabilizing existing services before expanding infrastructure or personnel in any department. Second, I'd like us to ensure that new investments are tied to clear, publicly communicated performance metrics, such as response times, call volume trends, or demonstrated service gaps. And third, align our budget decisions more closely with community identified priorities, particularly when those priorities involve maintaining core public safety services. As is, I asked the committee to consider what this new budgetary item means to those outside the fire department. You are asking other departments to possibly terminate current employees. These employees are already working, paying taxes, and feeding their families. I just can't see the value in terminating their positions in order to possibly fund other positions. Ultimately, this is a question of long-term sustainability. Growth without balance creates strain, not just on the budget, but on the level of service residents depend on every day. Thank you.
Hi, John Inman, 66049, also the president of the Lawrence Police Officers Association, or chair if you want to call it, whatever. As pointed out earlier, we've added 77 full-time employees in the last several years. Police department has seen a cut in roughly 10. Looking at this, we would be looking at a cut of roughly 20 employees over that time if we go through this current cut. With that, we've been cutting millions and millions for the last couple years, and at this point, it feels like last year was a mortal blow. And this one, if this would go through, it would be the killing strike of your police department. Right now, looking at cutting SROs and your CSTs, as Evan pointed out, you're looking at 5,000 calls. Right now, we're already running minimums every day, which I'll explain in a second. But what that looks like is we're just not going to be coming to calls for service. If it's not in progress, we're not going to be there. You can report it online. You can maybe get a call back in a couple days, but that's what that future looks like if we're just adding continuous patrol calls while not having people to show up. Right now, in 2025, we used about 400, on average, 400 hours of overtime each month to staff minimums on patrol. Right, what our minimum staffing is the base number of police officers on shift at a time to prevent the loss of life and some damage to property. Okay? So we are operating that at that level almost all the time. Right? Not only are we operating there, we're operating there with 400 hours of overtime a month. So with that, what you're experiencing is high levels of burnout, high levels of fatigue, and a lower quality of service. Since the beginning of us essentially being defunded over the last several years, we have lowered our community involvement, we've lowered our response to calls, we've actually seen a measurable increase in our complaints. As a primary trainer for the department, it feels like I'm having to teach new officers that, hey, yeah, people are going to call, people are going to want us to show up, but we just can't, and we're just not going to go. We're just going to have to let the community just fall apart, in a sense. Ultimately, I can have whatever feelings I have about the budget moving forward. The hardest thing for me to stomach is how can we say that the city is growing, so we need to add a large amount of firefighter positions, but then at the same time say the city is growing, we should reduce the police force. And that's what the hardest thing for me to stomach is that. How do we continuously keep removing money from the police department and leaving it imbalanced? Thank you.
Good evening. AJ Zarnowick, 66049, and as you might have guessed, I'm also a Lawrence police officer. I try not to take up too much of your time, but I did just want to share one other aspect as well as my personal story. Currently a Lawrence police officer, but before that, and still, I'm a Lawrence community member. I grew up here, raised here, Lawrence Public School District. I remember my SROs very fondly. And when I got to college, chose KU, stuck around, and I always knew that I wanted to go into law enforcement. The question was where. I didn't want to move super far, so I considered Lawrence, Johnson County, Kansas City, Topeka, really anywhere that's close. And obviously I had some bias in why I chose here, but on paper, this police department offers levels of service and resources to its officers to provide the level of service that we've referenced, and I don't want to see that go away. And what I want you guys to consider going forward is the message that we would be sending to future police officers, future candidates to continue serving this department, potential future SROs to continue on the legacy that our program has. If they're shopping for different departments, what does that say about our department? What is that going to turn away any great officers in the future? Thank you.
Hello, I'm Officer Mason Fowler. I've been with Lawrence, Kansas Police Department for about 2.5 years. I've grown up in Lawrence my whole life and deeply care about my community. And I found a calling to be more than a member of my community and to serve it by becoming a police officer. And I'm grateful to those who've helped me get to where I am. When first going to the police academy and learning how to be a police officer, one of the primary skills we learned was how to be safe. When I first joined patrol, I hardly experienced that safety we trained and learned for months. I quickly realized what it meant to regularly be understaffed and to experience the unsafe environment I regularly work in. Since joining, it has become normal seeing our budget get cut year after year. It's also become normal for positions and staff to be cut. Every year I continue to serve my community, the risk to my safety grows with no end in sight. And I've become normalized to things that shouldn't be normal. It's an open discussion amongst the police department officers how not only we're becoming more and more unsafe, but our quality of customer service is also going down. With our current call load, it's becoming difficult to offer our community what they deserve. As patrol officers, it is our responsibility to follow up with people who've reported crimes and need our help. As our numbers dwindle, the time we spend on each investigation shortens. Taking away any more resources results in more crime being unsolved and more people feeling like they didn't get the fair treatment they deserve. I urge the city to look for a different option to staff the fire department. It's unfair for my work, the quality of my work, and my safety to be compromised each year. Taking away from public services the community relies on is not an option that should be explored or imagined. I appreciate the opportunities that come from policing, and I hope to enjoy a long career serving my community. Thank you for your time.
Lindsay Bishop, 66049. My name is Officer Lindsay Bishop, and I am a school resource officer. I'm not wearing my uniform tonight, but I'm never truly without it. I'm recognized at the gym, the grocery store, public events, and even out-of-state vacations, where children excitedly greet me and introduce me as their SRO to their parents, tell them about our interactions, and talk about Rosie, the therapy dog. I'm here to ask the City of Lawrence not to reduce the School Resource Officer program to just 2 officers. This is more than a staffing decision. It's a decision about safety, prevention, and relationships in our schools. SROs are not just officers. They are mentors, problem solvers, and trusted adults. Every day, they help de-escalate situations, support students in crisis, and build relationships that prevent issues before they become serious. With only 2 officers, that work becomes nearly impossible. They would be spread too thin across multiple schools, forced into a reactive role instead of a preventive one. When that happens, small problems are more likely to turn into bigger ones. Our schools are dealing with increasingly complex challenges, mental health concerns, online threats, and safety risks. In those moments, having a trained and trusted officer already in the building matters. Response time matters. Familiarity matters. And trust matters. Cutting SROs, downtown foot patrol, and teleserve does not just reduce numbers, it reduces presence, relationships, and the ability to respond when it counts. I urge you to think long-term consequences of these drastic cuts. Once these relationships are lost, they are not easily rebuilt. These are our most vulnerable community members. Please do not reduce the SRO program. Our students and schools deserve better. Thank you.
Hello, Commission. My name is Shelby Brohard, and I serve as a sergeant with the Lawrence, Kansas Police Department. The statement and viewpoints I am about to share represent me as an individual employee of the City of Lawrence and do not represent my department. I say that because you have never experienced the showing of officers you are witnessing tonight, and I want to explain why. The law enforcement officers of your community are to remain neutral. We have watched from the sidelines for many years, willingly, because remaining neutral to our community members is of the utmost importance to me. I say that to bring light to how important this topic is after 11 plus years of watching from the sidelines, because I have now put aside what my community expects of me as an officer. The fire department is not held to those standards, and rightfully so, because they are not in the business of enforcing the law. Therefore, they can come here in masses and air their grievances. My heart is hurting for my community tonight. The last 3 years, you have taken sworn and civilian positions away, and we have continued to provide the level of service our community expects. With the cuts we have heard from city leaders, it is time to do less with less. We would not settle for that. We do not want to be like surrounding agencies where you have to file your car accident online or wait 2 hours to file a theft report. We have stepped up to the plate and we did more with less. I have commanded a team of men and women to meet the mark and provide the service. A day off could wait, the next meal could wait, bathroom breaks can happen at the hospital when you get there. I can no longer ask my officers to do more with less. We will have to move to practices like the Kansas City Metro and the Topeka area. The police will not show up to your non-injury car accident. You have to go online. You have to wait till tomorrow during daytime hours to report your police complaints and reports. After the last 3 years of cuts to our department, I am the sergeant who has called a community member on more than one occasion and told them we would not be responding to their call because we don't have the staffing. We have pushed our resources to the max. They called the police for help, and we could not be there for them. That goes against the oath I took and have lived under for the last 11 years. I come to you tonight in a very unique set of circumstances. I am married to and have 2 very beautiful children with an LDCFM member. I have incredible respect for what those men and women do and how it provides for my family. I have broken bread with them, I have cheered for them, and I have supported for them in the best way I know how. I am asking you to send the leader of my family and the father of my children into a fire on a 3-man truck. I am asking you for once to require LDCFM to do more with less, as several other departments have done within the city of Lawrence. There are several other alternatives that I think we can explore. The conversation seems to be grounded in mutual aid. A simple real-life example is the Shawnee Heights Fire District. I live there. I can be in Northwest Lawrence in 15 minutes, and we currently don't have a mutual aid contract with them. I am simply asking to share the load. I think the current staffing can be done with what we have at this time. Thank you, Commission.
My name is Kevin Henderson. I'm the vice chair of the LPOA. I've worked here about 20 years. I know some of you, worked with you guys on negotiations on several times. I was on the board when the chief got hired. I think he does a great job. Mainly, Commissioner Poling, you talked about some specifics on numbers. Since 2017, we've lost roughly 20 sworn positions, and now we're asked to lose more. We're running out of people. We're running out of bodies to do the things we need to do. I'm excited for what Chief Hardy said, something about willing to compromise or something to that effect. There's been a lot of really good ideas up here about, do they need that big building? Most of their top calls for service are medical related. Okay, could we build a smaller building, put a couple ambulances out there? Those are things we could explore. And I hope we explore all those options, because some of the comments, we're talking about firing people now. It's not just vacant positions, which it used to be numerous times, going down. We're firing people now. Hey, you don't work here anymore, sorry. But those are all, they're very needed. The SRO group is amazing. They do an amazing job. The thing I'm fearful for, you brought up a drug task force, right? You brought that up. That SRO group is a team that does a specific task. About a year ago, I was tasked with a group to target fentanyl, meth, guns, right? It kills people in our town. My concern is when the chief calls me and says, we got to get rid of you guys too. These are all critical roles we all play that they're going away. There are other avenues we can fund this. And there's other programs that I know we spend millions on things that we can move money around. I just hope you consider all those avenues before we start cutting people's jobs and their livelihood. So thank you for your time.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Simon Stevenson. I'm president of IAFF Local 1596. I'm here to talk in support for the expansion. No surprise. I've been up here before. I've done it for a while. We've given you all the data. There was a question earlier where it was whether the timing's appropriate. Well, the timing was appropriate back when the initial report was done in 2017. Now, it's even more appropriate than ever when we start expanding and annexing more land the farther northeast we go. I understand that there's areas of concern with this, how it's going to be done. I understand PD's concern. I do. I understand that they're frustrated and they're concerned. They're frustrated with where they're at, and they're concerned with their quality of product that they can put out on the streets too. There was one sister that was up here who talked about how we work together. Couldn't agree more. There's plenty of times where I've been out on a call that I can't go into until they clear the scene ready for me. I rely on them. We rely on each other. Safe and secure isn't just one department, but both. And if we continue to grow, we need to keep that going accordingly. I want to thank you guys for all your hard work. I know it's difficult, but I know I have faith in this commission that we're going to come out stronger on the other side. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Anthony Harvey Jr., 66049. I've been working for the Lawrence Police Department for 6 years, but most importantly, I was born and raised in Lawrence, and I'm a product of USD 497. Everything I say tonight, it comes from a place of respect and love for the city of Lawrence, its employees, and all the residents. I believe that cutting the budget and losing special assignments such as the SRO unit is dangerous for the community, and it also puts its children at risk. I say that because I've been afforded a great opportunity to mentor our kids that are at most risk, our kids that are housed in the Juvenile Detention Center in North Lawrence. And going into a situation like that with kids that do not like the police, kids that live there full-time, kids that are potentially seeing prison time, and kids that go to school out there. I will tell you that the kids that do not like the police traditionally don't know police. And the opportunity that I've gotten, and I've been blessed with, to meet them, to spend time with them weekly, and to break bread with them has been more than I could have asked for. But I would tell you the biggest difference is they need somebody to be there for them. A good portion of our kids in this community do not have role models. They do not have a father figure and a mother figure, or they might not have any figure in their life that they can look up to. I will say, being a coach in this community, being a resident, and hopefully one day being a father in this community, I believe that I should know my kids are safe. I'm sure almost everybody in here either has had a kid in USD 497, has a kid, or went through USD 497. And you deserve to know when you go to work that your kids are safe. And I do not believe that that is true if you have 20 schools and you have 2 SROs. The biggest thing I want to say to you guys is, in this time that we're in right now, juvenile crime is very, very, very bad, because you're starting to see juveniles with no direction, no dreams, and no aspirations. And the biggest thing I can tell you from being a cop being a minority in this community and being a longtime resident, is that it is our job together to be there for these kids, to guide them to success, and to let them know that somebody's there for them 24/7. I've been blessed with the opportunity to be a school resource officer in the 26-27 school year. And the reason that's so big to me is because I wouldn't be a cop if it weren't for my SROs. I was very scared of the police growing up. I didn't know the police, but when I got to know my SROs, I felt important, I felt heard, I felt valued, and they stuck with me until I was a grown man. So I leave you with this. I feel like I would not be doing my job in this community if I was not given the opportunity to give back to the kids of the community the same way that I was impacted. I hope you guys have a blessed evening. Okay.
Anthony Briggs, this is a 23-year police employee, and I've never spoken to you here without being asked to do so. And I'm doing that today because over the last 2 years, we've seen approximately $2.35 million in cuts, many of that people. Everybody's told you what that means, and now we're looking at the possibility of approximately 10 more. I don't even need to get into the thousands of calls and what that affects, but I will tell you, every single cut that we make affects patrol and affects the response to what we can do out there. So we've been really given two options. As we were told initially a couple weeks ago, we have a balanced budget, except for we have to do this fire station. We can either put existing city staff against each other and prepare for resources, or we could potentially raise the mill. Either option is your option, but I think we're asking the wrong questions. And what I'm challenging you to do tonight is ask some different questions. So the Lawrence Douglas County Fire Medal is probably one of the best organizations that I've ever seen. I have tremendous respect for them, from their command staff right down to their node people. What a professional organization. But I don't think that we've been asking the right questions in this. So last year we talked a little bit about 3 to a truck, with many other agencies are able to obtain successfully. And could we even scale back up to 4 to a truck later on, right? That is how we do growth, and instead of just cutting. I want to talk about, and you guys heard it earlier today, about the calls and what we're actually seeing. 71%, and this is according to the 2025 LDCFM report, 71% are EMS. We heard about 1,500 false alarms, of which 15 were valid. If you do that, that's about 80%. And if you include the other non-emergency calls, we are now at 99% of calls that do not involve a fire, yet we send a fire truck 42% of the time, and sometimes more than one, and that's what you heard earlier tonight. I think we can ask different questions. We need to go to all those calls. Can we do it better? The police department had to ask those same questions over the last couple of years as we reduce. Can we do it better? Top 5 calls for service. They were similar for the police department one time. Sick person, falls, fire alarm, lift assist, and breathing problems. We're sending 6 to 8 people. Can we do it better? We had to ask the same question on these very same calls years ago. If you look at Station 1, Station 5, they represent 73% of all the calls, 27% of the remaining stations, but we're going to put another station where only 27% and actually less than that calls are actually at. I want to just ask, can we do it better? Can we redistribute the resources that we have? I want them to be successful. I want all the city departments to be successful. So with that, I would close in this, and I want LDCFM to have every available resource for fires and saving lives in emergency. I hope that you can ask better questions, that we can ask better questions, so we can have a better overall public safety. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Rebecca Britton, 66049. Other commenters have very well articulated the profound safety issues that go into these police department cuts. But as someone who worked for the district attorney's office for 4 years, I wanted to touch on the impact of 2 of those items in particular. Increased patrol in certain areas has been shown to decrease violent crime by up to 60%. So at a time when crime rates are up everywhere, what are we doing? What's the impact if we decrease downtown patrol? Because we don't have the option. Less patrol means increased crime, which means less families feel safe to go downtown and stimulate our local economy. And as for the office staff, for some it may not seem like a big deal, to cut those hours, but really the impact that has is that there are less hours where they can work on really important things like getting digital evidence to the DA's office, which further slows down an already very slow justice system. Not to mention slowing down processes like being able to get a copy of any records you might need from them, any CORA requests, traffic accidents reports for your insurance. All of it comes to a screeching halt if they're only able to do their work in 30 hours a week or less. I want to be clear, this is not a police versus fire situation. I'm coming to you as a taxpayer, a parent in this community, and telling you that we need to support all of our first responders. It's my understanding that in the last decade or so, the percentage of the city budget allotted to police and fire department has shrunk from around 20% each to roughly 8% each. And yet the drug and weapon crimes are up by 51% from 2018, and calls for service as a whole are up for both departments. Why? Because as a city, we do not have our priorities straight. The police department needs more support, more funding, not less, and so does the fire department. Yes, as a community, there will be consequences potentially down the line if we don't build another fire station as West Lawrence expands, but there are also some very negative consequences to cutting the police department even more than it already was over the last 2 years or so. Mayor and commissioners, I want to acknowledge that finding money where there is none or choosing to raise taxes instead is a very weighty decision, but I trust that you all will make the right decision. Thank you.
Hello, John Prue, Officer, Lawrence Police Department. Lifelong Lawrence citizen, Lawrence High graduate. I'm not going to beat a dead horse. I think some amazing things have been made tonight for the police department specifically. I hope you guys heard them. I really do. I know this was a long night. I hope you guys heard them. The officers in this department are not going to tolerate more cuts, more programs. Our safety is at risk. We will not tolerate it.
My name is Randy 047. I didn't rehearse this, so I apologize if I run out of time. I'd like to express my heartfelt gratitude to those who spoke before me, especially those who serve us, protect us as police, fire, and EMTs. As a grandparent, I am absolutely 100% behind reinstating SROs. It is hard to imagine that the city added 77 other employees while reducing the police department in these high-risk times. We can fund them by being more efficient in other areas. Looking at what was presented tonight, my calculation is that we spend about $10 million a year to provide less than 1 million rides. That's over $10 a ride, for which we charge nothing. Nationwide communities spend $3 to $5 per ride and collect $1.79. So they're having a deficit to fund of $2 to $3 per ride, and we're funding a deficit of $10 a ride. We don't need $500,000 electric buses, many of which have few or no riders. In Albany, New York, a school district converted to electric buses, which weigh an extra 3 to 4 tons. Their road maintenance budget increased from less than $1 million a year to $7 million a year. As you navigate the roads under construction, keep in mind they are generally bus routes: 6th Street, Iowa, 15th, Wakarusa. The city hired a bus consultant who told them to put a central bus station at 15th and Iowa, not downtown. We need to live with that and not spend another $2 million on a new station. This is not a golf where you hit a $2 golf ball into the woods and tee up another one. You don't get a mulligan on a $2 million bus station. Let's right-size our buses. Let's use existing facilities. Let's use our taxes to fund the needs we have for fire and safety. Thank you.
Eric, you already.
Can I do 30 seconds?
Okay, so you use a minute and a half before
Can I do 30 seconds?
30 seconds.
Okay. I just want you to know, Eric Hyde, 66046. I used to be a paramedic in Leavenworth, Kansas. Being a brain damage, I didn't like the police there. I thought they were horrible. The paramedics were awesome. But you know, things have evolved, and the police here used to be horrible too. But as soon as Chief Lockhart came here, anyway, what I'm trying to say is this is destiny happening right now.
Okay. Other comments?
Yeah, Sean Coffey, 66049. Wanted to tell you I support the expansion of the fire station, as mentioned earlier. We've had the data for a number of years. We've talked about this for a long time, and so I support that effort. I also want to tell you that I think you're in for very obviously a challenging time. A little bit emotional thinking about what's been said tonight. The passion in the public safety sector, I think it's a symptom of the cuts that have been taking place the last few years, that the people are feeling it. When we have law enforcement officers coming up talking about reduction in the fire service or the fire department, it makes me wonder where that passion is and that people are feeling it so strongly that we have to take resources from one area to the other. Our law enforcement community is wonderful. They're great people. They need your support. They need to continue to have resources. Public safety needs to be funded. It needs to stop this decline that's happening. And we shouldn't be having situations that create law enforcement against fire as it requires resources. So anyway, emotional. We got great people. Thank you for your time. You got a difficult job. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Dominique. I live in 66049. So I just want to thank everybody who came out and talked tonight because we have a lot of information to digest. We have a whole slew of ideas. I have learned a little bit about the police and the fire department that I didn't think I knew about before tonight, but I do appreciate everybody's input. I know that tonight's focus was more on looking at if we were to not increase a mill levy, what we would be dealing with. So I just want to say I'm in favor of mill increase. I think as a renter, I get subjected to increases in price in housing against my will with little to no justification from landlords. Not that they have to under the state of Kansas. Often it's considered property tax increases or, inflation increases, but I don't get to have any understanding about that. I don't get to have any negotiation really because my wage is set at this point. So I feel bad for the people who have spoken about property increases, but also I kind of don't really have any sympathy, because this is something I've dealt with my whole life, and this is something that a lot of people in the city of Lawrence are dealing with who have not been represented tonight. So I think a mill increase would be okay, and I think we can take care of it in that sense. We have to look at the broader picture. There are things that we cannot control in the city governance. We cannot control inflation. We cannot control Evergy or Black Hills increasing our rates. We cannot control how the county does appraisals. These are other avenues that we could look at and complain about, but I don't think this is necessarily the topic of tonight. Anyways, I did find that it was interesting that when we are talking about ways to cut or increase revenue, cut expense and increase revenue, that to me, again, it's like we're talking about cutting the arts and culture, we're talking about cutting public transit, and all these things look kind of great on paper, but who is the one who's actually dealing with the consequences of this? Because I have lived without a car in this town, and it's not exactly pedestrian friendly. Now, I've been in worse places because I lived in Phoenix, Arizona, and let me tell you, being a pedestrian on that is hellacious, literally by the weather and by the traffic, because everybody loves to drive 70 on their streets. But I love the public bus system. I think it's great. I've been on it. I've seen people use it. I've been on the 6 many times. There are lots of use. We have statistics to show this. This is why actually the bus is free. If I remember from a previous meeting that we actually kept it free to increase ridership to get federal funds. So again, I think it's interesting to me just observing as a member of the public to see what other members of the public have deemed priority things to cut, and those are also the things that the most vulnerable people in our community are talking about. One last note, I would like to get some updated crime statistics from the Lawrence Police Department, because last publication crime was actually down, so I would just like to see that information. Thank you.
Any other comments in the room? What? This is budget, so. How about online?
Yes, we do have a few. Julie Jones?
Julie Jones, 66047.
I muted her there. Okay, Julie, you need to turn something off.
Can you hear me there?
Terrible feedback.
She's got something.
I muted you again. You sure you don't have anything else on? No one else has given us the feedback.
What about that?
Okay. Julie, we're going to have to pass here. We're not voting on anything tonight. You'll have plenty of time to give us stuff on the budget. Okay.
Sean Elston?
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Don Elton, 66049. I'm a Lawrence resident of 53 years and a city employee of 25. I don't have anything prepared. I just wanted to get on here. I'm tired of the same thing over and over and over. We watch these meetings and we always hear 5 years ago we did this, 10 years ago we did this. That path that we've taken in the past has gotten us to the point that we are. At some point, we need a group of commissioners that's going to branch off and take another path. Everybody's talked about the budget cuts. Some of them are ridiculous. They're even being considered. I'm not sure they're really being considered. I think it's going to be, we're going to raise the mill levy and that's that. It's only cut this, raise this, cut this, raise this. I challenge the five of you to think outside the box. Come up with different things that the city can do to make money. Instead of eliminating stuff, let's bring more money in. I've sat down with every one of you at some point and I've talked. I challenge you guys as well, form a committee. Sit down with a group of citizens, a group of employees, really get feedback. Don't stick to a 3-minute thing. Sit down, form a committee, and get what the people really want out there. That's all I do.
That's all I got.
Yep.
Jackie Folks?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, sorry, thank you. So I'm Jackie Folks, and I do live in Eudora, 66025, but I was calling in tonight because I represent a roster of 103 Special Olympians that live in Lawrence, Kansas, and I just wanted to share with you guys the impact of closing the Indoor Aquatic Center compared to some of the other stuff. I know how it ranks. I am the wife of a sheriff's deputy, so I support every LPD officer in that room tonight. But my athletes can't just go to another pool, and the summer is our swim season. We compete, we practice all summer long, so to close that indoor aquatic center, it takes an entire social and physical season away from 103 disabled amazing human beings in your community. We have to have the zero depth entry. We have sensory issues that we deal with the sun and the heat and the noise that we just can't go somewhere else and get. They get so much from this one activity. We have 2 competing in USA Games for swimming. I couldn't quite tell from your presentation if the proposal is to shut it down this summer or next summer should that happen. But I just am not aware if any of you even know the importance of that pool for the disabled community living among you every single day. So I just wanted to share what the impact of closing the Indoor Aquatic Center during our swim season, it's the only place we can gather, how it would affect my athletes. So I thank you for your time.
Risa Williams.
Hi, this is Risa Williams, 66049. I just wanted to share, I was reading over the proclamation that Mayor Finkeldye read at the beginning of the meeting, talking about their appreciation for public safety. Just going to summarize a little bit. It talks about connected city and a safe and secure community. And then it goes on to talk about levels and service at our community. So basically, what we're saying tonight is exactly what you guys read earlier, which is talking about the public service that our firefighters and police are providing. So I think it really needs to be honored and looked at as to why we're wanting to make these cuts. I shouldn't say wanting, why some think that it's needed. I think there's other areas that can be looked at besides taking away those rules and the livelihood of those trusted public servants. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's all the comments.
Eric, we're done with public comment. Yeah.
You're not doing it tonight?
No, we're going to, but we have to talk about the budget yet.
Oh,
And
sorry.
then, yep, you have a little time. Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yep, you're good. Okay. So bring it back to the commission for discussion and comments, direction to staff.
I do have a couple of quick questions that I think you guys could probably answer currently, like right now. Golf course. Currently not an enterprise fund, within general fund. Do we feel like we can make it an enterprise fund in '27?
I don't know that I would be in a position to commit to that tonight. I think, there was a decision made to have it not be an enterprise fund, and that was a decision that was made by a commission at a certain point. So when a budget was adopted, so I don't think that's a decision to make here on the fly. I think that would require a little bit more analysis of the pros and cons to that.
Yeah, and forgive me, I certainly wasn't asking for a commitment to that. Even if it doesn't make any sense to me that it's not an enterprise fund, regardless, whether it takes a loss or not, right? We can support it by the general fund either way, but that's more housekeeping. Transit, enterprise fund?
It's a special revenue fund.
Special revenue fund because of all the grants?
No, because of the sales tax. I'm going off of, I should make sure my financial people are backing me up here, but.
Gotcha. When it comes to the MSO campus, how much is allocated to the general fund? And if you can't answer that right now, no problem. These are questions you can come back. No?
I think we'll have to come back on that one.
That would be good.
Wait.
Operations. I mean, we can get to capital later, but operations, I mean, that would be the whole MSO. So why don't you get me both capital and operations if you don't mind, again, at another date. But the MSO campus, I was given the numbers once, but I'd love to know again if I could. Do you know it?
No, no.
Okay, all right. Going back to the SRO program, do we fully fund that? Do we cost share with the school? We have DOJ grants, any?
We fully fund it.
We fully fund it. Okay. Internal service funds, how much are supported by general fund? Again, question probably you got something for me, Allie?
On average, 60%.
60% is general?
Yes.
Okay. I'm not trying to, I'm just trying to get a few questions out. I think we should have more budget meetings in general. This budget season, we've got a lot of hard decisions, and if we have to raise 3 mills, I certainly want every single person in this community to have the opportunity to understand why we're doing it. It's a heck of a lot harder to do what we're doing than to just raise 3 mills, but I think we got a lot of people that are very sensitive to our property taxes right now. So that's just me. This isn't police versus fire in my eyes. I don't think anybody on the dais thinks that, by the way. So that's all I have right now.
Mayor, real quick.
Yep.
Do we want, in our responses, do you want us to go through the policy questions?
I think, yeah, absolutely, we should provide that feedback.
Yeah, I didn't know if you were going to like.
But if you have
bullet by
questions, I
bullet
think
go
we're jumping by questions.
Okay. I just didn't know if you were going to go bullet by bullet so that you can get it that way, or.
I wasn't going to. I was going to let more general comments roll, though.
Okay.
And those are on the,
Policy questions?
yeah, on the page 32 of the.
32.
So those are some policy questions they're asking us as they develop the next round of this. But questions, comments?
I have a question for Tony and Randy. I think it's more clarifying. I do believe, can you verify, and it doesn't have to be today if you can't, there are state statutory limitations on us enacting intangible taxes or land LVTs, correct?
Yes, that is correct, but I'd have to bring back more information at a future meeting.
Yeah, I think just for the sake of knowledge for the governing body, just so we can understand for those who are not familiar with intangible taxes and LVTs and how there's just been limited scope, or at least last time I remember going through it, there's been a limited scope on that, but just to know what those parameters are, so. Felice, I know you've done this before in presentation, but just breaking down your grant numbers, we know it's a dollar per dollar match with the federal government. So just highlight to us some of what that grant funding has gone to do.
In this moment, I can
Yes.
give you a little bit of an
Yes.
overview. So our main funding
Bless you.
goes to
Excuse me.
transit operations, and it goes mostly to the contract and to staff and to different applicable expenses per the federal government that can be used for that. So a lot of our expenses are matched in different ways, but there are a few that are not eligible.
So for the most part, do you feel like you're able to get? No, that's a misleading question. I'm not going to ask it. I'll catch myself. I'll ask you offline. Never mind, that's all. Thank you, Felice.
Okay.
Other questions, comments?
Any questions? I was just going to kind of go in.
Do you want us to talk about the policy questions?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay.
You ready?
And then I had it pulled up here, so I was just trying to make sure. I want to appreciate everybody's comments, and I felt the energy, both positive and negative, and it is noted, and I think we need to move forward with some pretty important discussions related to how we're going to bridge this gap, service gap as well as the money gap to provide those services. I think I'm okay with our adjustment or our expectations on property tax valuation growth. I also think the sales tax growth may be a little bit aggressive, but I think I feel comfortable that we've gone back and reevaluated the most recent data, and so I feel comfortable with your decision on this, especially consider some of the conversations we've had when we missed it in the past. I feel like we've gone back and used that to get better at our prognostications, I hope. And so I feel like we're doing okay as far as those estimates, and I think they're not too aggressive. That's my feeling based on my experience. Am I committed to the current pay structure? I don't think we can be committed to a pay structure that's unsustainable, and I think everyone's pointed out that how much we have increased our pay for our employees over the last 5 years or 6 years, and so I'm committed to whatever policy we as an organization agree to. I'm open to discussing how to bridge that gap otherwise, meaning if we do not increase salaries, I'd be willing to have that conversation about keeping salaries flat, if that helps somehow bridge a gap back to this other conversation. I do understand and recognize the increases that the staff have received over time, and I thought they were generous when I came in, and since the last few years I've been here, I've recognized the value of those improvements, and I do question some of the peer cities we're using, and I look forward to getting the new data. That's all I'm going to say about that. So I'm open to whatever it's going to take to bridge the gap without increasing the mill levy, but I also understand that's not mathematically possible from the way I look at it. So if we're going to talk about it realistically, we have to talk about an increase in the mill levy. I don't think we'll be able to pull off all of the changes we want to do, plus maintaining our public safety levels without a mill levy increase, period. I think that's how I see it. If other people can come up with reductions in our staff and or services, I'd be willing to consider those as well. So I would like more information from staff on some of the micro details of our budgets that weren't provided in places, specifically related to budgets of departments that could be broken down further. I know we talked about generalities in the Balancing Act, but I also know that people have talked about wanting to be able to dig deeper if we're going to make these cuts. And being provided with a transparent way to make those cuts is important to me, and I don't feel like I have that data right now, so I can't do that intelligently, and I don't think any of us really can without more details. And I certainly wouldn't pretend like I know as much as staff does as it relates to our current payroll deficits. So I'm okay moving forward with considering whatever means necessary to move forward with the fire protection that we've agreed to. I think we all talked about that 6 months ago, 5 months ago now, and also recognizing the deficit we're putting our police department in, and recognizing that they themselves see the quality of their product is diminishing, and if we don't publicly face that, then we're not doing our jobs, and I feel like we need to do that as soon as possible, because they've made it clear to us tonight. And then transit sales tax, I think there's two things I want to talk about on transit. One is if we want to reintroduce fares and what that would do to the formula, but more importantly, what having fares on our transit system would do to the quality of the service that's provided, and how ridership may increase or decrease depending on who can effectively afford to pay for the bus. And I've received feedback from police officers about how the transit system sometimes is allowing some of the crime that we're experiencing move around or migrate from place to place without a means for us to track it. And we're basically enabling that. And I want people to have a public bus service, I'm not questioning that, but the question is whether a fare might change some of the behavior that is impacting public safety and our ability to get around town to face some of the issues we're having with transients, unrelated issues for crime in general. The bus is a conduit for our community, no matter who you are, but we need to make sure that the fact we're not charging a fee isn't having an impact on the quality of service and the view of the transit service for our community. So I really want to continue to offer that service if it's possible, but I also see that we didn't plan very well when this was started. I think the cost of operating this service is going up tremendously, way more than we anticipated, and I think that's labor. But I also want to realize and make sure people talk about that having a bus system in this community provides jobs, provides economic value that is really difficult to put a number on, but it also provides jobs to people who are part of that subcontract system. So for me, we're talking about losing jobs if we remove our transit to support, then we're removing jobs from the community, and we're also removing the ability for people to get to their jobs. So I think the transit question needs to be bigger than the kind of whether or not we want to have the sales tax. The question needs to be more about how do we want to run transit in the future, and do we want to continue to correlate and coordinate with KU's system for the best possible system, because that's the only reason it's working for us right now, I think. But I want to make sure if we're going to talk about the transit system, we're honest, and if we're going to put this up for a sales tax, for an election, then we need to realize that it may not pass, and if that's the case, then we need to have something in place in the event it fails. Meaning, we need to have a plan in place before the election so that we know what happens in the case we don't get those funding. So planning for the failure of a sales tax initiative, and then also planning for the success of the sales tax initiative, as well as how we're going to tailor that service so that the community benefits the most, and that we can afford to run the routes and the service that we need. I mean, those are kind of where I'm at. So I'm not looking to. I would like to make sure we put that on the ballot as soon as possible.
Yeah, I just want to make clear that I think one of the reasons we consider putting it in 28 is because if it fails, you could still put it on the next year,
Yes.
either at the same or some different level.
Correct.
You get 2 shots at it.
Right, because you have 2 years.
You have 2 years. Yeah, just.
But we need to do it as soon as possible, I
Yeah,
think, so
this
we
year,
have that.
yes.
Not push it to the end of the.
Exactly, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm so sorry, but so basically we could tell staff we're interested, if we all agree or consensus enough that we're interested in getting it on the ballot, while also talking honestly, thinking about alternatives, et cetera.
Right.
Okay. I can
Ultimately,
get
that's
on
what
board
we're
with that.
doing, is putting it in jeopardy.
Right.
And if we do that, we need to make sure we have a reasonable and honest conversation about that.
Yeah.
Because we never know what's going to happen. I doubt it'll have a problem, but I don't want to guess. I want to make sure.
Well, and I hadn't thought about it, but you're talking about would actually charging a fee maybe provide a little bit of better service. I'd only put it
possible.
in financial terms, but
Fees.
yes, I agree. Like
I mean,
that
we're
was,
talking about raising revenue, and I mean, I was not in favor. I wasn't around when we did not for fees. I think I was surprised to see that, and I understood why it happened. But I also understand that there's consequences to our actions, and I think the consequences to no fees are perhaps cost overruns for the system.
yeah. Okay.
And if it does go on the ballot, there was something the last time where the city can't talk about it, or we could talk about it as the transit, but like
we can't lobby for it.
We
Okay,
can't
we
lobby
don't
for
have
it.
a say, or we don't give our opinions.
No election
Tony has a very good speech about that. Educate, but not lobby, not.
No electioneer.
All right, I guess it's my turn on this.
Sure.
I think the sales tax is aggressive. I would rather see us do something like 3.5, hit 4.5, and then be able to tell a story that we blew it out of the water by 30%. I think some of that stuff could be very beneficial for the city in terms of attracting business, attracting new opportunities here by striking some of what we're marking for rather than aiming high and then coming in low. So I think the property tax 4% assessed is probably right. I feel more comfortable halfway between what we had last time and 4.5, so maybe like 3.75, 3.5, something like that. To the commitment to the city's current pay structure, I need to see the data on the June report or the end of May report before I can say one way or the other. I do believe in Station 6 expansion. I don't really like this question. I mean, I did the balancing act. I don't know if it helped. But I think as we have a new acting city manager, I'm having new meetings with you. I think we need to talk about some of those numbers. I mean, for me, this sort of read like a buffet menu without the calorie information on it. And so, there was all these things here, but it didn't really know like, hey, how does this help us get to 4.5? It actually felt, the balancing act was actually more useful for me than some of the stuff in the presentation tonight because there was no numbers associated with it. Additional information, I just think for me, there's been a lot of passion, emotion, people tonight, especially the firefighters and the police talking about the stress that they're under, and I think we need to take that to heart. And it's definitely what I'm going to be thinking about after this meeting later tonight. And then for the last one, I support the transit tax on the ballot. As Commissioner Dever laid out, I support looking at that, if that means fees, if that means no fees, but also the contingency plans of, what that looks like. And then, us as elected officials being able to go to people and say, hey, we're going to lose $4 million in federal funds. We're going to lose $1.5 million in state funds. Like, that's important. It's not just we're funding this whole entire thing. There's money that we will lose if we don't go forward with this. And so I think that's on us as elected officials to talk to people in the community and help them understand that as well.
Yeah. The 80-20 is 50-50 is great. 80-20 is the best.
Right. Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Equipment versus service. But I believe you're right. I think that's important. The people need to understand the value beyond the transit, the actual service of the bus itself.
Right, yeah.
All right, Mayor. In regards to the first bullet, only change I would say is in regards to our sales tax, maybe keeping it at a flat 4. I know that we're trending up. So I think we were around 3-something last year. So I think a flat 4 would be good for us. Again, I think I have a little bit of PTSD from that time. So even if all indicators show that, I think to keep mindful of 4. And again, not necessarily celebrating that we underachieved. I think it's just a matter of just being super conservative in this case. As it relates to the city's current pay structure, I have no qualms with that. We know that once we get the compensation report, that's going to open up some additional conversation. I want to be careful with how we discuss salaries and union versus non-union and some of that around it, because there are certain positions within city staff that can't be a part of a union, so that gives it a little bit of it's not necessarily a bias. I think there's just it skews the data a little bit as far as interpretation. But I do believe, where we are at right now, it works, and it comes from bias from as a former public servant and someone who worked in state government for almost 5 years, and watching the legislature essentially legislate away your cost of living and do away with civil servant and things that were tools for public servants who are doing more with less. It becomes a bit dehumanizing when you hear that, and especially when you're pitted against either different agencies, different departments, and things of that nature. So I approach this question about pay very lightly, because we don't know the stories behind staff and salaries and where individuals' salaries go. We always say, don't worry about what's in my pocket, worry about what's in yours. But I think we know that some of the things that folks are feeling the pinch on, it's no different for employees. So, if we're going to commit to saying we're going to freeze or we're not doing, I don't want to do onesie-twosies. That's insulting. So if the goal is to give a 2.5% raise plus step, and we don't feel like we can do the 2.5, don't come back with 1 or 1.5. That's demoralizing. So we either freeze it, and we say we commit to freezing it for 2 years, 3 years. I wouldn't go past 3. But I think, one, you prepare staff for what is to be known, and then we can go on. But that's a conversation that needs to be had after we have the study. But I just want us to be mindful that these one-offs, back and forth, that's a moral buzzkill. So you can say, 1%, but I'm gonna give you 1.5. It flushes in the wash after I pay my taxes. So that's what I'll say on the pay piece. As far as the expansion, I recognize that we have new commissioners that were not part of these discussions last year when we talked about the expansion and increase. And I think this is part of a bigger conversation around our commitments and the level of service that we are now seeing community members articulate, and that maybe they're saying we're at a 2, but I want to be at a 4. And now we have to say, what does that look like? Because again, to your point, Commissioner Dever, it can't be one or the other. It's a combination of 2, and it's just where that split is. It may not be 50-50 because you can't squeeze. I mean, once it's all squeezed out of a turnip, then it's not there. So you guys get what I'm getting here. There's just a lot that has to do with this, which we talked about a mill levy increase and what that would look like. And I know that remains to be the main driver for this. At the same time, I do want us to take a step back and look at some of the decisions we've made in key areas the last 2 years at the expense of not increasing the mill levy, which is now coming back to haunt us in a bit, as we would say, because we cut things to accommodate for LDCFM in lieu of a mill increase, and this is where we're at now. And so how do we reconcile that? And I think I have an idea of one part of it, but I think that's where my mind is, and that's the question for me, and how to process through these different budget components. Additional information for staff, I didn't really have anything. I know we've talked about just service levels, so keeping that top of mind. And then as far as the ballot transit sales piece, I'm go ahead for us to move forward with that. Like the mayor said, we get a couple of tries. If it doesn't work, I'm hopefully successful. I think the bigger piece about fees, and we've kind of talked about it, is the labor the labor that goes into implementing said fees, and what is its cost benefit as it relates to the revenue that it generates. And so, yes, I've talked about false alarms, the different fees. I know that there's a contractual agreement between LDCFM and LKPD with the university on different events, sporting events, concerts, things of that nature. I know we talked about transit fees. And again, I just want us to be mindful of the fee, the labor, the revenue, and does that cost ratio, does that make sense? I don't want us to put a lot of labor into something that's not going to yield to a revenue shift for things of that nature. And so just with anything but fares, just like we talked about with rec fees, I think a lot of people go in thinking this is one price or one fee for everyone, and we can be creative as to what that looks like, whether it's reduced fees, no fees for students, seniors. Maybe we have a happy hour or a safe hour of when folks can ride for free in relationship. How we're going to consider now, if we take that away, the free fares, are we giving discounts for global warming days and extreme weather days? These are all things we have to consider. If we're going to institute fees, we're going to have to start thinking about this. It's not that it's a one-off. It's like, what are we trying to do? And is it truly worth the labor for the revenue that we're going to bring in? So I know we've received some federal dollar cuts. We knew that was happening as it relates to technology, some aspects of technology, climate infrastructure. Some of those dollars were moving. So, these are things we kind of saw. We just didn't know how great the impact is going to be. But I think, as far as the fee conversation goes, as us as a governing body, we need to be mindful of that labor-revenue relationship. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Boyer?
Okay. I like kicking sales tax back down to 4%. I mean, I'd even be cool with 3.5%, but 4% seems reasonable. Property tax, if you guys can just share the metrics that went into that assumption, I'm fine with it. I can imagine that you guys had good information. I'd just like to know what it is. I can't quite make a commitment to the city's current pay structure. I'd like to see where we are with, as it pertains to market, the wage analysis, et cetera. As a real quick reminder, going out and getting a market study or a market comparison does not just make us more competitive. It actually keeps us from being exposed to problems with Title VII and Title IX. It really is a discrimination situation as well. So if we're committing to market, then we need to stay at market. And that's the conversation we'll have when we get that information. I do support the expansion. I know this has been talked about for a very long time. I can't quite commit to a mill levy increase because I need to see if there are other areas where reductions can occur. We've talked about it. When we start talking about the replacement schedule on equipment, or we look at different positions, those are things that we can look at. I'm not saying wage freeze, but if that's something we need to consider, then that's there. So I can't commit to a mill levy increase to expand Station 6, but I can commit to expanding Station 6. You guys already know the additional information I'm interested in. I wholeheartedly agree with Commissioner Sellers. There is always a cost to implementing a new fee, and that's certainly, we have to be cognizant of that. But for now, I am in favor of working on getting the sales tax on the ballot. And that's it that I have.
Okay, I'll jump in. We can finish up here. I'm good with the 4% property tax. I know that came from the county appraiser, and so I'm good that, you know, I'm always an optimistic guy. I'm probably one of the people who got us in trouble, but, you know, I think the 4% is fine. Obviously, by the time we actually see this in July, and certainly by the time we vote on it in the end in September, we'll have more information. And, you know, for the purposes of going forward, you know, I think 4%, you know, there is maybe a particular building in town I'd like to see have a building permit before, you know, being too optimistic, but I think that's coming. And so, you know, committed to the current pay structure, I want to say a few things about that. Obviously, I wanted to see what our new pay study did. You know, it's interesting, without going too far, but, you know, obviously, one of the things we committed to, and this question's been up since 2018 when we had that pay study that showed that we were well below market, having issues hiring people. Our union folks were better off, but not at market, but they were better off than our non-union folks. Our non-union folks were way off at that point, so we committed to this pay structure. We obviously have some folks in the community who are saying, you know, we have spent maybe too much on our police, on our fire, on our solid waste workers, on other folks in this town, and we should be looking at maybe not paying them what they're worth. And so I'm interested to see what this pay study shows and how we've done over the last 5 years. I mean, lots of the cuts we've talked about, the trade-off is the pay that we've paid our employees, and you know, make a few comments that we do still have 33% of our employees that make under $63,000. We don't pay everyone a lot of money. We have lots of people who don't. You know, a couple comments, you know, trying to compare us to per capita or compare us to, you know, FTEs per, you know, population. You know, Wichita, we employ all the firefighters. We employ all the EMS. You know, Wichita, for example, their EMS is run by Sedgwick County. So when you compare, you know, FTEs in Wichita per capita, well, they don't have those. Now, we employ all of the firefighters, but we get reimbursed by the county for some of that. But again, when you're just trying to look at per capita numbers, something to look at. We obviously did implement a STEP program for our non-union employees. That both our unions at the time, we only had 2 unions. We gave STEP to our current staff in the current pay plan. I think it's worked well, but I'm interested in what the study shows, and you know, so obviously we'll see that. You know, indeed, if you know, we're premising this on a step plus 2.5%, depending on what that pay study shows. That may or may not be the right number, you know, and so we obviously want to look at that. You know, the flip side of that is, you know, we have made cuts, you know, We've heard a lot from the police tonight, not tonight, but other nights. We've heard a lot about how we've cut Parks and Rec. Last year, we got a lot of consternation, including from some people in this room when we cut a fire truck. So we've cut fire, we've cut police, we've cut Parks and Rec, we've cut economic development, and we've cut in lots of places. And the main driver of why we cut is because we've been doing market rate pay. And, I don't want the answer to be, okay, we fixed our problem, now let's just, freeze wages for the next 3 years. That will make our firefighters and our police officers and our other employees real happy if we just, freeze wages. But, let's see what the pay study says. But I will say that, we've had these couple of years of cuts. We've been focused on, this next horizon, and, I don't want to cut police anymore. I don't want to cut fire anymore. I don't want to cut parks anymore. I don't want to cut planning anymore. I don't want to cut economic development anymore. Internal services, certainly something, I would be willing to look at. MSO, I'm willing to look at, but unfortunately, most of MSO doesn't help us too much with the general fund. A lot of MSO and lots of those new jobs have, come through some of the rate payers, not the general fund. So I'm not really, interested in the cuts. I really had hoped this year that if we fund, Fire Station 6 through a mill levy, and how much of that mill levy I'll talk about in a second, but if we fund that with a mill levy, then we're actually, we could be talking about adding back to police, adding back to Parks and Rec. Two things that are big on that I didn't expect coming into this year was our healthcare issue. I mean, that, had we not, if we're not going to spend that money, spend that much money on the healthcare to make that difference, we'd be talking differently. So I'm interested in looking at that healthcare issue. I also, by the way, side note on wages, if we're going to ask our employees to pay 20% more for their healthcare at the same time that we say we're going to freeze their wages, we're going to hear about that. And so, I think we have to consider the wages, and that 20% increase. But I'm very interested in looking a little bit more about what we can do in that healthcare area, because I was hoping at this point we could free up some money to start adding back. I will note that, last year, with all of that, we did raise the mill level slightly. We added a couple police officers. I'm willing to continue to look at that and again start to build back. The last part of that is another reason we cut last year is because we wanted to restore our fund balance. And we cut to make sure we restored fund balance. And if I'm looking at this correctly, we not only held the line there, we did better than we thought by $1 million or more. We made cuts so we could restore that fund balance. If we've restored that fund balance, I want to look at how we give that back. And so I'm very interested in that. Now, that brings me to what, are we able to give some back to police? Are we ready, talk about, fees and give some back to Parks and Rec, give some back to police? The flip side of that is, use some of that fund balance that we did recover not to raise the mill levy as much for, for the Station 6. I am interested in, again, continuing to look at phasing back in. Phasing in, as Commissioner Pulliam mentioned about, Station 6 over 2 years. I do want to restore truck number 6, and I think we can do that before the station's open, but interested, I'm not convinced that if we fully funded, we can, hire and train enough firefighters in 27, to use that full amount. So I want to look at that. And so
smaller mill.
And then, of course, depending on what we end up with our agreement with the county that may or may not save some money. So between some fund balance, making up a number, $1 million, and some some change with the county, that's $1 million maybe, I'm just making up numbers, and then a little bit from phasing in, I think you could start to get impacting that without talking about cuts other places. But you could get to funding that without a mill increase, so I'm interested in looking at that. But last thing I'd say is we get closer and closer to the the city manager's budget. I know we want to look at cuts, but I think it's helpful for us to give direction, because as we saw tonight, and if we continue just to say cut somewhere, we don't know where yet, but cut somewhere, we're going to force our staff to go to their departments and talk about things like cutting SROs or closing down the pool. And maybe those are great conversations we should continue to have, but, I have no desire to do any of those things. I don't have any, I'm not going to vote to do any of those things. And so I think we as a commission, we're trying to offer direction to staff about what do we want to have those conversations about. And if we're not interested as a group about talking about police cuts, well, let's tell them that. If we're not interested in cutting parks any further, let's tell them that. But if we all, great. If we all, we all. That's what we told them last time, so they brought us this information. But for me, I'm not. Any other comments?
Yeah, I'd be willing even next time to go through like how I did the balancing act, or maybe not next week, but the week after, working with staff kind of individually, coming up with like a proposal that I would do or something like that, so we could talk about it. I don't know if everybody has the time to do something like that, but to Commissioner Pauline's point, like I do think we need to spend more meetings talking about stuff like this, and if that means putting together another PowerPoint, you guys love that, we could, I could do something like that.
Well, I think it's important to, I agree, I'm happy to have the discussions. I think, for me, the next time to have the discussion is, one, after we have the pay discussion, right? Because that's going to, two, we'll know what the county's going to do. Three, we're going to know more about the fund balance. I think with those things together, after we have that information, then I think it's a good time to have another discussion before the July 7th date. In the meantime, there could be some other things each of us are getting information on. I know Commissioner Pulliam mentioned a few she wants more information on. You have specific things you're interested in, so do I. I think we can continue to have those conversations, but then I think sometime in June we could continue to have another conversation as we have more information. Does that make sense?
That makes sense to me if that's the will of the commission.
And so, yeah, Casey, question B. So I think it's around July 4th, that's the city manager's budget. And
July 7th.
And so if we, by June 14th, like the second meeting, does that give 3 weeks enough time to do that? If you get direction at that meeting, or would that push it back a week? I guess what would be most useful for you?
I did get an email from Shakiva, our new HR director, that they were looking at the date of May 19th for the presentation from the consultant. They're working to confirm that date, but if we did that on the 19th, and then that would maybe at least give you all that data to talk about at a June date.
Yeah.
That would be great.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. Is that workable for you guys in June? What did you say, June, by the middle of June?
Yeah, no, so to the mayor's point, like if we have a meeting in June 7th and then like one more meeting on the second one to say, like, here's all of us, we kind of agree, like this is the policy to go forward. Does that give 1 month you enough time to be able to put something together?
Gotcha.
That's the question.
That's a question for Ally.
We will endeavor to make that happen. It's honestly not just a question for me. It's all our department heads that are inputting and their staff that are inputting these budgets. But while I have the floor for 2 seconds, Mayor, as I noted, we are going to update those fund balance forecasts, and we are more than happy to share that with the commission. And we made that intentional effort to see us above our policy minimums and closer to our policy goals, and we should be very proud of that. I am very hesitant with any idea of taking fund balance and putting it to ongoing operations. I don't think that would be a good practice to implement. And as folks noted, if you think about growing expenditures specifically in relation to wages, as our expenses grow, our fund balance requirement grows. So it's a very delicate balance when we talk about utilizing fund balance for other things.
Understood. Understood.
So can I?
Yeah.
And this is just for me, the idea of us additional conversations, like, what are we want?
About the public.
Excuse me. Like, what, I guess, I don't want to say what's the point. What are we hoping to accomplish with the additional meetings? I know there were many questions asked tonight, so I'm assuming those questions will be shared with staff, so staff can then get that back to the governing body. So are the meetings moving forward? Is the idea of circling back, are we circling back to these policy questions?
Yeah, I think,
Or,
to me, I think the questions are like, depending, like, we can't really answer the question, are we committed to the pay structure? Some of
Right.
us can't until we have that. So we want to have that follow-up discussion. And then, depending on what that looks like, to me, it impacts, a 3 mil versus a 2 mil
Finish
versus a 1
checks.
mil is, because pay is one of the biggest things that people have pointed out.
so we're thinking about somewhere after May 19th and before July 7th, having a meeting where we come back
Yeah.
and discuss these policy questions.
Yes.
I just wanted to make sure there's a why, so I can mentally prepare myself.
Okay, that's good.
Why?
Well, and
Okay.
Or what's the why?
Exactly.
I mean, why we're having, what's the why for it?
I'm
Yeah.
the same way. Why? Exactly.
I've definitely asked for a few things. So my thought was maybe for the commission and the public, you guys bring that information back and we just even if it's for 30 minutes, we say, here are the answers to your questions. And if it further spurs conversation from there. Again, I don't even know what equipment we're buying. Like, I mean, I'm used to, again, a very different, not different, a more comprehensive budget process. But every city, again, does budget differently. But there are just some things that I think I would like to know, and I think the public would like to know. So maybe we orchestrate it that way. And Mayor, as we put together agendas, maybe that be a consideration.
Yeah, there's some things also, I think, some have overlap, some of your questions have overlap with the CIP, which is also coming on May 19th, like.
Yeah, possibly.
Yeah,
If
with
we
some of
can
the
check
fleet and
those
some of
off,
those.
great.
Yep. Okay, anything else for the moment? Ally, I'm sure we just gave you everything you needed.
Yes, we appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks.
So
Okay, thank you.
just to recap, I'm hearing that we need to be planning a budget sort of work session item for either June 2nd or June 9th or June 16th.
Something like that. I mean,
One of
16
those
seems like it's pretty
too
close
close.
to.
Yeah,
city
I was
manager.
sort of thinking the 2nd or the 9th, but I can get with the budget folks and we can figure that out. And then as far as agenda items, I kind of heard a big, sort of several topics around wages, healthcare, that sort of thing can be a topic. I would be interested in hearing if what additional information there's consensus on, if we need fire expansion, more information about that. Do we want a repeat of the presentation that?
No, I think the question, I think she
Commissioners already
clarified that,
saw?
just on the phasing, some information.
Okay.
If it's possible to.
Yeah.
Not the expansion itself,
Okay,
right?
just how
I
to
don't-
phase it.
Is there a?
How can we phase,
Option.
yeah.
Okay. And then any potential revenue enhancements from the list of, that you provided?
What do we provide?
Those are kind of the big topics that I heard. I don't know, Sherry, if you caught other ones or if the rest of you caught consensus around those.
I don't know.
If you could share the rolling sales tax estimates for the last 12 months that we're getting, like, so that we know, like, where we're at, where we've been at the last 12 months, so we can use those to inform the other commissioners to make sure we're making those either conservative or
I thought I had heard consensus on 4% for sales
they are, but
tax.
I want to see
Okay.
what that data looks like, because we overshot, we undershot, and hopefully we're on the target, and I want to see how that is, so, if it's possible.
Rochelle looks like she's coming up to the microphone. We do a monthly sales tax report, so I was just curious what.
Yes, we have monthly sales tax report that have some of those rolling averages. I do think it would be important to note for a rolling 12 months, we did actually have a sales increase go in last April. And so we're just now getting to where we will have 12 months of the same data off the same rate for this economy. So I will caveat that 12 rolling months might have a couple of months at a lower tax rate.
Sure. That's what I was hoping for. It's just for I want everyone to see kind of where we're at, because that is the way we plan, and it's a source of revenue. We're talking about trying to increase revenue. I want to make sure that we're estimating the revenue as accurately as we can of our known capabilities for our budgetary process.
Okay. Sounds good. Thank you, everyone. Stay tuned. A lot more to do.
Hold on. Sherry said she had more, so I just want to know
Well, I just, there was a
what
lot
we
mentioned,
reconcile.
But as Casey was trying to do, is there consensus that you want all of these things to be reported on when we come back in June?
Yeah, I don't think
False
that's
alarm fees.
realistic. I mean,
Yeah.
that was a lot of work for a limited amount of staff capacity. So I was trying to kind of address the big topics.
Okay.
And maybe we might not have real in-depth coverage of all of the things, Commissioner Pullian, that you listed out. A lot of the other commissioners that asked for additional information too. But I think we can at least, somewhere between everything that you asked for and the fact that you don't feel like you have enough, we can get somewhere in the middle on that spectrum. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so Sherry, I was good with what she referenced.
Perfect.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much. Moving on to commission items and future agenda items. Any commission items? I'm not going to talk about this tonight. Pass this over here.
Thank you.
This is kind of the take it home, look at it. This is pretty much the process we used with advisory board appointments previously when we did a bunch of them. And you can kind of look at this, but the idea is to create a process where we nominate no more than 60 days. We get to see them on Monday at noon before the Thursday, and then people can make a decision before Thursday. If there is a competing value, then we put it on the commission items that next week. Anyway, take a look at this.
Okay.
We won't talk about it now. It's too late, but something to look at. We can talk about it next week.
So just to make sure I understand, this is the existing, or is this a revised that you're having?
This is, this is not what we're doing today.
Okay.
This is what we did, pretty much what we did 2 years ago when we restructured all of them.
Got it.
And we tried to come up with a better process, and Commissioner Sellos was asking about that, and you guys were asking about that. So Sherry and I talked. We're going to try to come up with a little better process.
Okay.
Cool. To make sure we're processing these, especially because in September, we do have a bunch more coming up. Okay, any other commission items?
I mean, I got a couple things. I'll just make it quick.
Yeah.
Just wanted to thank the county for the 988 program. So I went to that. That was up at Wells Overlook. Commissioner Reed had a really moving and personal story about growing up and, one of her family members. And so I'm already seeing those signs around. They're going to have ones at the wetland. I saw one at Bertram Park. And so they say you matter on them. And if you text or call 988, somebody will pick up. And so, I think that's great for us as a community. Thank the KU Poetry Club. They invited me up to talk local government. We wrote poems. It was kind of fun.
Nice.
Rebecca Buford and I took a tour of one of the homes for tenants and homeowners in North Lawrence. So we talked about what those kind of, they were panel homes built by BuildSmart, and they're interesting to walk through those. Melissa, Trevor, and Commissioner Willie and I with the chamber, took a tour of the water treatment plant, the Clinton one. That was fun. And I did have one question for the commission. Yeah, it's something we talked about previously, just wanted to discuss and see if we can get this on the agenda, which is to add the commission norms and agreement from the retreat, to have a discussion about that.
That's coming when, I don't know if it's going to be next week, Sherry, or
Yeah, I know
I'm
Corey
hopeful.
sent us an email to review the document, so.
Yeah, I was going to bring that together with the new order of the meeting and the
Oh, okay.
civility pledge.
Gotcha.
Put them all together.
Okay.
Not, well,
Perfect. That's it for me.
yeah. Sherry, I don't know if we're going to get that on the agenda next week or.
We will try our best.
Sherry and her staff, I should wait till my manager's report, but I'm not going to. I'm going to take a liberty and say Sherry and her team did a lot to help with our transition of our, with Craig's departure. And so that took a lot of their capacity, so, for what it's worth.
So it might be 2 weeks, whatever.
Yeah.
We appreciate it, Sherry.
We do. Thank you.
Okay, so yes, that's coming.
Yep,
It's coming.
Okay, appreciate that.
Okay, any other commission items or the future agenda? Lots coming up on the future agenda, so. Seeing none, city manager's report.
All right. Well, I know it is long, Commissioners, but there are just a couple of items. The first one is the quarterly treasurer's report and our bank reconciliations from February and March. You saw a January bank rec, I think, but we've gone to moving to getting them to you quarterly. And then the quarterly treasurer's report is new to being on the city manager's report. It's a statutorily required report. We publish it in the paper each quarter, but we're adding it to this report just in an effort to enhance transparency as you all requested. The other item is a notification of an intent to vary from an employment policy that we have. I think this is the first time that two of our commissioners have seen this item, so I just kind of wanted to briefly touch on that. Under the policy, we have a general prohibition against hiring relatives of our existing city employees. The policy does, though, give the city manager the discretion to vary from that policy when it serves the city's best interest. The policy, in those cases, the policy requires that the manager notify the city commission in a public meeting. So this item tonight is notifying you that we felt it was in the best interest of the city to hire a relative of one of our LDCFM division chiefs as a new recruit for LDCFM. That individual brings some extensive qualifications to the department that we think will enhance our operational capacity and emergency readiness. So we also have structures in place. The department has a dual command structure, so it will be able to avoid having a direct supervision relationship between those relatives. So wanted to share that. And then I already mentioned her, but just I think she's online tonight, but we'll be here in person. I do want to welcome Shakiva Christian to our team as our new HR director. We're lucky to have her here. She's bringing 30 years of HR experience, and most recently was the deputy director for human resources in the unified government. So welcome to Shakiva.
Welcome for sure. Okay, city manager's report's a public hearing item. Anyone want to speak on that? Seeing none. Online?
Nope.
Seeing none.
And just to double check, Casey, you're saying, so there's nobody who, like their dad or their uncle, they directly report to?
That's correct.
Okay.
Okay, anything on the calendar?
Yeah, a couple of things. Just want a reminder, next week I am out. And then I know I have a couple of, I know July's not on here, Sherry.
Okay.
But those back-to-back meetings, the 7th and the 14th, I'll just coordinate with you because I'll be virtual for those because those are travel days for me.
I would say on the calendar, we do plan to have city manager finalists in town on the 20th and 21st, and a public meeting on the 20th, a public, what's the word I want to use? A meet and greet for the candidates on the evening of the 20th, details to follow. But on the 21st, we'll have all-day meeting / executive session to interview candidates, and then we plan to have a meeting on the morning of the 22nd with the intention at this point to make a decision in that public meeting on the next city manager. So that's, just get those on the calendar, more details to follow for those interested.